Okay, we are live. Oh yes, I forgot that part. Right, I'll do it this way then. Alright, we are live. Let's begin. Bear with me a minute. Not streamed in a bit. Where is it? No. Yeah. Thank you. That. Go to... Go to... There we are. Get that up here. And then let me just pin something. Pin. Right. Welcome back. Let's open the mirror. Let's get into not what that chapter says, because that's obviously not the chapter we're on. We're on chapter 11EX. Let's continue with the Laquadar law. Don't you dare take me to a rose and curtsy. It shouldn't. They said it was on the X. There we are. All good. It should be on here. If happiness comes only from self-deception, I cannot choose to live that way. Whereabouts are we now? We good? Oh, I need to move a little. Right. Give it up. That will do now. Right. Let's continue.
三医師異国に向こう。その次は何だったっけ?
Let's see what else we learn about Laquadar and Senadia. Not sure it's going to continue off. I hope it continues off where we got last time. If it doesn't, I'll click through to where we get to where we got to last time. Apologies, it's been 3 weeks. I've just been a bit busy.
miHoYoのささやきをちゃんと聞けたことは一度もない。でも、影が何度も凝縮して砕け散る中で、これだけはなんとなく分かったんだ。
Shuttering of shadow, and just is it here? Oh, that's far back. Alright, we're just gonna have to... yeah. Alright, sorry.
終焉のmiHoYoは一枚の鏡。
Yeah, this is very far back from what we finished on.
本質を探り。 見落とされた細部を探す。鏡は映し出すためにある。
Yep.
そしてその過程は
No, we did all this. I'm just gonna move on. I'm
私
sorry.
は
I'm also gonna move this on as well.
葉っぱの上に残った
We saw this last time.
小さなお客さん。
Mm-hmm.
それに納得し
半分だけな。ご明察。王国中から
演説とわかったよ。
It's a good way to put us back, but still.
お父様が心から
Mm-hmm. An answer. Should be around here. There we are. A city-state resident. I'm pretty sure it's literally like, yeah, it's like 2-3 lines, isn't it? Yeah, we can just start here. Do you like the outfits for this planet? The little gold and stuff. Again, it fits with what Senadia's outfit is, though, so that makes sense. Your
あ
Highness,
なたは
your name is? Your name is?
背中で手を組んで何を隠してるの？私の目はごまかせないよ。ほら、早く見せて。
Hiding your hands behind your back. What do you have there? You can't fool these eyes of mine. Come on, hurry up and hand it over.
ダメですよ。まだ分けるとは言ってないんですから。姫様ったらまたずるしようとして。
No, I haven't agreed to share it with you yet. Your Highness, you're being unreasonable again. I assume referring to the green leaf clover thing, wasn't it? And then how, like... I mean, I guess she does come across as a bit... Is Senna a bit... I guess she came across a little bit spoiled, the way she was acting. Not sure what the being unreasonable again is referring to, but it sounds like Senna wants something from her. Why are we back to this Senna? Okay. I assume this is how she was to look in the memories then? And the other thing's obviously more like, you know, the goddess form of Senadia. I can't see why else they transition it like that after all. Here?
嘘ですよ。じゃじゃーん。姫様の大好きなスターキャンディーです。
The star candy came from here originally. Interesting. Layla likes star candy as well. Okay. We'll see. Hehe, just kidding. Ta-da, it's your Highness's favorite star candy.
もうルミったら大胆なんだから。姫様をからかうなんて。こうなったらくすぐり攻撃の刑だよ。どう？反省した？
Oh, Lumi, you've got some nerve. Okay, the girl's Lumi. Daring to trick me? I'm gonna tickle you mercilessly. Mercilessly. Learned your lesson yet? Hmm.
早く逃げなきゃ。姫様に捕まっちゃう。
Yeah, so she's watching her memories, Senadia. Of Senadia. Okay. Yeah, she's running away. Again, I'm reading everything out like we've already been over before. Don't need to reiterate that though, I feel. Fond memories, Senna?
懐かしいな。ここは本物のラカダじゃなくてマユが作った偽物だけど、日差しも笑顔も同じで私の記憶から生み出されたものだから、もうとっくに私の一部になっている。
It really takes me back, even though the city-state is just a stage. Simulated. Interesting. Simulated. Okay. By the cocoon. Not the real Laquadar. The sunshine is the same, and so are the smiling faces. They all come from my memories, and have long since become a part of me. That was a quick tone shift. That was a very quick tone shift, actually. Back to the simulated spaces, I see. Not we ever fully left them, but still. The cocoon's doing it, though. Because the embrace, I assume. And obviously the mirror part of the cocoon, or the reflection thing. And yeah, your memories being obviously precious. And a reflection of your journey. Oh dear, the log broke. Please don't. Oh. That's not good. Okay. It really takes you back. Even the city-state is just a stage simulated by the cocoon. I guess simulating a civilization, potentially. Not the real Laquadar. Different civilizations it's embraced, maybe. Not the real Laquadar. Well, not embraced, because it wasn't successful embrace, but you know what I mean. Affected. The sunshine is the same, and so are the smiling faces. They all come from my memories, and have long since become a part of me.
みんなの笑顔と日の下を歩く
Every time I see those faces and myself, strolling in the back then, sun back then,
すごくあったかくなるよ。
feel so warm inside. Stroll along the street of yore. The streets of yore. Of the name? Yore? It's not yours and yours though, it's spelled differently. Like a yoke? Isn't it a yoke? I've seen that word spelling before. Really sad the log broke. It was really annoying, actually. Be annoying for screenshots, actually. They do need to fix their log. The attitude is getting now on my nerves. I open the log to find, you know, something there, not to find nothing there. But the word your is time past, especially long past. This was a Roman road in days of yore. You know, of a long time ago. Yeah, long past. Yeah, it makes sense. The street of your past. Maybe yours also play on words of yours and something of yours. Hmm.
姫様はますます美人になってきたね。新鮮な果物はどう？今日は甘いみかんがあるんだ。
Can I go to the others first? No. I would sure be a bit of that design.
姫様はますます美人になってきたね。
Your Highness is becoming more beautiful each day. The outfits are interesting.
姫様は
Yeah, your
ますま
Highness
す
is
美
becoming
人
more
になってきた
beautiful
ね。
by the day. By the day. Okay.
新鮮な果物はどう？今日は甘いみかんがあるんだ。
Seeing your Highness gives me hope for a new day. Your Highness, I've written... I wish it wouldn't vanish so fast.
新鮮な果
Your
物はどう？
Highness...
今日は甘いみかんがあるんだ。
Oh my god, it's clipping for the text. You stop! I've written a new song, would you like to hear it? I can't remember these people from last
姫
time.
様、新鮮な果物はどう？
Your Highness, you're here, would you like to try fresh tangerine, I think you said? Try fresh fruit. Try fresh fruit? Today's tangerines are so sweet they'll melt your heart.
姫様、新鮮な果物は
She
どう？
likes
今日
tangerines,
は
I
甘いみ
assume.
かんがあるんだ。
Tangerines are at least a part of Laquadar.
姫様のお姿を見てると希望が湧いてきます。
I heard your words, you're going to have to wait for me.
姫様、新鮮な果物はどう？今日は甘いみかんがあるんだ。姫様はますます美人になってきたね。
姫様のお姿を見てると希望が湧いてきます。
姫様、新鮮な
Okay,
果物
so
はどう？
tangerines first.
姫様はますます美人になってきたね。
Can I go anywhere else? Alright, let's not go that way.
姫様はますます美人になってきた。今日は甘いみかんがあるんだ。
Fliner and
姫様
Gilbert.
のお姿を見てると希望が湧いてきます。
I recall I swear I recall these two.
姫様、
I recall that
新鮮な果
name.
物はどう？今日は甘いみかんがあるんだ。
姫様のお姿を見てると
no.
希望が湧いてきます。
Let's talk.
これは姫様。大丈夫だクレナ。疫病とかじゃない。多分昨日少し寒かったからだろう。
I really wish the voices would not play as I am trying to hear the other voice, but it doesn't matter. I guess it keeps it alive. Your Highness is here. It's nothing. Kleiner, it's not the plague. Probably just caught a chill yesterday. That plague talk again, like last time.
知ってるよ。昨日お父さんが果樹園に行った時にランプを持って行ってあげたでしょ。マントも渡せばよかったね。
You're another princess, so I'm gonna... Anyway. Of course I know. When you went to the orchard last night, I was the one holding the lantern for you. I really should have given you my cloak then. Given you my cloak then.
家に帰ったら薬草を煎じてあげる。そもそもそんな年で夜遅くに果物の収穫に行くお父さんが悪いんだよ。まったく手がかかるな。
Okay, so that's her dad there. That makes sense. Okay. I had a daughter. Yeah. It's a daughter, so yeah. When we get home, I'll brew you some herbal medicine. Honestly, it's all your fault for going to pick fruit so late. Can you stop making your daughter worry? You remind me of mango. Not you. Your dad, I mean. Reminds me of mango a bit, because the planting and crop talk. It's not though.
すまんすまん。父さんが悪かった。ほら、姫様の前なんだから。怒ってないで。綺麗な果物を選んで差し上げなさい。
It's interesting they've done the fruit example as well, because with SAR's story as well, you also had the fruit example, though obviously as we saw, the new residents of Phosphorus were, and Hesperus were trying to deceive or being willing to sell not so great fruit. They'd become rotten, quite a reflection. Well, this is the opposite, where pick some nice fruits and share them with her. I do feel for SAR. I guess the difference is, though, is that this is Senna's original civilization. SAR more made a civilization that was supposed to be a continuation of their people. So I'm sure we'll see some maybe overlap when we get more to, like, the, you know, Luoxing side of things. It'd be interesting if there's any parallels between the civilization Senna made and the civilization SAR made. But then again, there are also different approaches at how to be a god, so... Either way, it's interesting. Yes, it's all Dad's fault. Her Highness is here, Kleiner. Klein, so Klein, okay. Pick some nice fruits and share them with her.
ギルおじさん、クレナ、ありがとう。こんなに綺麗な果物なのに、たくさんもらっちゃっていいの？
Thank you, Gilbert. Thank you, Kleiner. The fruits are so beautiful. Are you sure it's okay to give me this much? Reserved, I see. Kind girl. Okay.
もちろん。今年は特に出来がいいからね。お父さんったらみんなに分けてあげたくなったみたい。姫様が褒めてくれないと今夜は布団の中で泣いちゃうかも。
Go on, take them. The old man just wanted to share because this season's harvest turned out especially well. If your highness doesn't praise him, he'll definitely hide under the blankets and cry tonight. Fair enough. Other designs. Guess that's the closest I can get to causing issue.
姫様、新しい曲を作ったんだ。 聞いてくれるかい？
Yeah, you don't, I prefer the other two's designs a bit more going on. You just like look like one of the people from Oxia? Yeah.
姫様、
And a
新し
bit
い
of
曲を
deep
作
fang
ったんだ。
obviously.
聞いてくれるかい？
What's the hair colours, I mean, some of it. Yeah, boy and girl again. Granny and Gian. You remind me of what her name was, but the one in that story. Was this Lyra actually? No. No, it wasn't Lyra, because that would. Doesn't matter. Might be Vilvia a bit permanent because the colours and then like these bits and some imaginary elements. I'd like a pocket watch or cog. Cool outfit though. I like black and gold. I'm a sucker for that type of thing. Or bronze, I guess. Either way. Yeah. Granny and Gian. I assume the other way around? Don't know. Please stop saying that.
姫様、この間ね、遠くの村に行ったんだ。素敵な温泉と美味しい魚のパイがあったから、お兄ちゃんもハイテンションになってたよ。でも、苦いお薬のせいですぐ不機嫌になっちゃって。
Ah, your brother. Okay. Your Highness, you went to a remote village this time. They had amazing hot springs and super delicious fish pies. Brother was so happy, although that job was quickly extinguished by some awful tasting medicinal soup. That's the Liquid Food Company food event. The remote stuff also reminds me of that food event. The irony. Anyway. Stop.
グラニー。
Yeah, I thought so.
姫様、お土産を持ってきました。花の香りがする蜂蜜で作ったプリンです。どうぞお受け取りください。
People will share and care about their princess then. Okay. Granny, Your Highness, we brought you a souvenir. Pudding made with floral scented honey. Please, you simply must accept it.
チアンとグラニーって旅に出るたびにみんなにお土産を買ってきてくれるよね。本当に優しいんだから。ありがとう。疫病にも負けない二人を見てるとすごく安心するよ。
There's the plague talk again. Being a plague's quite interesting too, because like the Black Death on Earth and stuff. So I wonder if that's also like a parallel they're trying to do there. You two bring gifts back for everyone every time you go traveling. How thoughtful. Thank you. I'm so relieved to see you still healthy, and not beaten by the plague. Not sure how long that'll last, but sure.
だって旅って楽しいでしょ。今でもお兄ちゃんはたまに感傷的なことを言うけど、前よりは笑ってくれるの。さっきみたいに嗅覚と触覚が鋭いから役に立てるって浮かれるくらいなんだ。
Yeah, I assume Senna couldn't travel that much in the past, considering the way they'd be the princess of here. Traveling is fun, after all, even though brothers still says hurtful things sometimes. He smiles a lot more now, and when we run into a situation where a sharp sense of smell or touch comes in handy, you should see how proud he looks.
昨日も自信満々に、グラニー、僕は騎士にはなれないけど、いつか姫様の味見係にならなれるかもって。
Yesterday he even bragged without a shred of shame. Granny, even if I can't be a knight, maybe someday I could be the Highness's food taster. I wonder if that came true in the end. Or could have come true, but didn't.
クラに姫様の前でこれ以上恥をかかせないでくれ。
Renee, please don't make me look like a fool in front of Her Highness. Like we're getting this in real time, or at least memories. Oh, not him. Alright. Not these two either. Okay, it's that way. I'm glad we're getting more Litos lore, I assume. Never walk as long as I don't have to speak to him immediately, I can actually get a really good shot of the cape here. Please don't automatically activate. Why has he got the dissipating light on him? That's interesting. You know, there's an deer light other night some of the shoes have at times. Yeah, you can see the light like behind him as well. Interesting. Though maybe it's because it's a simulated memory. Still love his design so much. But it sucks he's not playable, because I absolutely would have spent a fair bit. You got to play him a bit in like the main story, didn't you? In a way, with the card thing. Like, temporarily. I'm sure they'll just do a thing again where they let you fight as bosses and that'll be the closest we get. It isn't perfect, but it will do. I love Litos. Such a cool character. Such a complicated and layered character as well.
Hime-sama, お元気そうで何よりです。
Oh, the grey text. One of the grey image, I mean. Greetings, Your Highness. I like I'd shown how she would have looked back then, and what she is obviously now. Good contrast. Greetings, Your Highness. I also noticed a lot in part 2 and further on in stories, they're doing this thing a lot where they don't give you a name, they give you like a title. Or they give you like a descriptor. Very storyteller-like method, and I quite like it. You don't need just names for like certain points in story. Snapshot titles make sense too. Quite creative, honestly. Greetings, Your Highness. Maybe another name by this point as well.
こんにちは、リトスタ。
Never mind.
巡回中？それとも陛下から何か特別な指示でもあったの？
I guess it's just a story perspective then. Up to that point you don't know if it's Litos or not. Now you do know because a character said it. Fair enough. Hello, Litos. Oji-san. Are you on patrol? Or did His Majesty give you a special assignment? Oh, that's interesting. So he would be under then. He'd be under the royals. Huh. Okay. Didn't expect that. I wonder about his clan. Clan of knights and everything. I assume it's something to do with this this planet, but maybe. No, I assume at this point.
この衛兵が逃亡中の容疑者を捕らえまして、その取り調べを終えたばかりです。これからご報告のために陛下の元へとお伺いするところでした。
The guards have captured a fugitive suspect. We've just finished the interrogation and I'm on my way to report to His Majesty. Would it be his in capital when it's like a figurehead? I guess so.
嬉しいことでもあったの？なんだかいつもより表情がちょっとだけ柔らかくなってるね。 清く正しいリトスト様が捕まえたのはどの事件の犯人かな？
So being called Lord Litos is a bit nostalgic for him as well, like when he gets done on like Langchu and other stuff. Or obviously he was probably part of the culture because of obviously, you know, Litos, Senadia, Nahara, obviously all, you know, King Turloxing and made a civilization there, or at least joined. No, they must have made one there. We still haven't seen at the start of it, I guess, outside of the first city of Defang. I wonder if it sounded like it was barren though, it sounded like originally. You must be in a good mood. Your smile's a little wider than usual. Which criminal did the famously incorruptible Lord Litos finally catch this time?
領地で民に高額な税金を納めさせていた貴族ですよ。金貨を持って逃亡を図ったところを捕らえました。かつて姫様に稀有な真珠を献上したものです。
A noble who had been collecting excessive taxes in his domain. We caught him while he was trying to flee with a stash of gold. The very one who once presented your highness with that rare pearl. The visitor, I assume? And also someone who gave, like, say, that rare pearl. I don't know what pearl it was. Just a rare mineral, or was it something a bit more than that? Man, the fact you are a knight and the fact you are under some sort of like civilization beforehand does remind me of Dainsleif a bit. I don't mind a bit. That makes sense though. Either way, I think I know more about Litos than Dainsleif at this point. I look forward to getting back to Genshin when I do eventually.
動機はどうあれ、正しい行為で称賛され、間違った行為で罰を与えられるのは自然の摂理です。姫様が気になさる必要はありません。
Yeah, she's bothered because the gift she got, she's happy about, but she's sad that someone corrupt gave it. Whatever his reasons may have been, being rewarded for what is right and punished for what is wrong is only natural under the law. You needn't worry about it. Hime-sama, yeah, Princess-sama, yeah, makes sense.
わかったよ。ごめんね、引き止めちゃって。お仕事頑張って。
Alright. Alright then. I won't hold you up. Good luck with your work. You needn't worry about it. The colour's back. Angles panning to the sky.
ラカダという国は長い間苦難の道を歩いてきた。しかし姫君が生まれてから十数年の間だけなんとか一息つくことができていた。
Laquadar. Oh, I like this house tea. Ooh, that's nice. Sounds like a bit of impending calamity though, and also like a bit sorrowful. Quite ancient in an old time. Laquadar was once a kingdom, long scarred by suffering. That makes sense seeing some of the flashbacks. And the Nahara stuff. But in the short dozen or so years since its princess was born, the kingdom finally gained a precious respite. How was the princess born, though?
一度希望を失った人々はすべての願いを姫君に託した。王国の幸福の象徴である姫君を優しい太陽を見つめるかのように見守り続けたのだ。
The kingdom saw her highness. Guess it is because, yeah, being also royalty, not just a god, yeah. Because not a god, yeah, I assume. Her highness is a symbol of happiness. People who had once lost all hope did not hesitate to place their most beautiful hopes on her. They gazed at her, as though gazing long at a gentle sun. Hence why he became the god of the day as well, I assume. Okay. What was happening beforehand though, and this thing about the plague?
その太陽の光は疫病という暗雲を追い払った。一時的に苦痛から解放された人々は限られた命の中で収穫の喜びを感じ、不足のある人生にも存在するであろう価値を探し求める。
The sun's light drove away the dark clouds of plague. Sounds like shadows. People freed from suffering for a time tasted the joy of harvest in their limited lives, while also searching for what precious meaning a flawed life might still hold. Okay. Makes sense, makes sense. Hmm. Yeah, it's really ominous, the music. It's like an edge creeping in. Yeah, even like a bit of like an echoing of doom. Bit of magic as well in it, honestly. The sun's light drove away the dark clouds of plague. People freed from suffering for a time tasted the joy of harvest in their limited lives, while also searching for what precious meaning a flawed life might still hold.
あの日が訪れるまでは
Until that day. But what day? I assume the day that something to do with shadows would have tell you thing up your planet apart. Or stuff that would have affected it at least. Relentless dragon sent down a meteor. Still star cast upon Laquadar. A curse that exiled time itself. That was the gift known as permanence.
不死の喜びはその呪いによってもたらされる一筋の脆い光に過ぎなかった。
The joy of immortality was a fragile spark it had left behind. Yep, it cursed your planet with permanence. The scale did. Well, blessed it, quotation marks, but passing by, wasn't it? You still don't know what dragon it is either. It's just Calamitous Dragon. I hear some say like it could be Long the Aeon, but no, I think it's just I've heard there's other dragons that also like exist in HSR, so it's probably just another dragon. I don't think it'd be the Aeon. I like how the leaf fell, yeah, and like the scale and then the burning of it, yeah. The burning of life as well. And the meaning behind life becoming less meaningful to some because the life is too long. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that ember, that spark. We all know it didn't end well having permanents. At least I'd say it didn't end well from what was being said. Guess it matters how you look at it, to be honest. The joy of immortality was a fragile spark it left behind.
永遠の次元に引きずり込まれた世界の中では、幸福を守るための代価もおのずと耐え難いものになった。やがて愛と善意の手を差し伸べることもかなわず、己の身を守ることさえ許されなくなった。
Time and the passage of time eroded them, basically. And everything was dragged into the measure of eternity. The price of defending happiness naturally became unbearable. People could no longer reach out to others with love and kindness, until even simply preserving oneself became a pitiful fantasy. Yeah?
正義が蹂躙され、善意が奪われ、断りが覆される。そしてそのわずかな光も少しずつ消えていく。
When justice was trampled, kindness plundered, and truth overturned. Yeah, because it became a different truth as well. A different world, basically. That faint light faded, little by little, until it died. And it wouldn't be understood immediately if that was the case. It would have happened over time, but I'm sure the bits of it happening must have definitely stuck deep in the mind. And the values that were lost because of them learning of said immortality. Considering what we saw also in chapter 9EX? No, chapter 9 actually, wasn't it? Chapter 9 part 2. When justice was trampled, kindness plundered, and truth overturned, that faint light faded little by little, until it died.
代わりに燃え続けたのは、永遠に消えることのない戦火だった。
Yep, a war of eternity, basically. In its place came a war that would never, ever be extinguished. I wonder what the Calamitous Dragon went after that. Sure, we'll learn more about it one day.
疫病の暗雲の代わりに、
Smoke and
塵
dust
が再び
once
太
again
陽を遮っ
replaced the
た。
plague clouds
絶望と
and
恐怖
blotted
が
out the sun.
幾度も戦が生まれる国を
Despair and
支配す
fear
る。
multiplied into suffering, flooding. Flooding this nation. That. And then it cut off. Yeah, replaced the plague clouds and blotted out the sun. Yeah, like shadows again. Spear and fair, yeah, like shadows, multiplied into suffering, flooding into the nation, that. Yeah, okay. See again the miseries of yore. Yeah, the past, basically. No, everything's broken. I did say about a war, so that's not surprising. This feels again like another example of like the Honkai doesn't have to be around for a civilization to have a war or have problems. No, they're grayed out. Oh, it's Kleiner. So what did you become like?
正気。畑も果樹園も農場も焼かれたら 飢えに苦しむ人が増えるだけでしょ。
Yeah, I remember this. This was in Chapter 9 Part 2. It was just giving more detail, I think, on it. Have they gone mad? Burning the fields, the orchards, the farms. Doesn't that just mean more people will starve? Yeah, but they won't fully die. They can die from starving as well, as we did sort of see. Sort of. Not really. I do remember some of the details. I wouldn't mind recapping myself a bit, but I'll see what this does first.
この町はみんなどうかしてるよ。牢に入れられた人だってもう外にいる人より多いじゃない。陛下もなすすべなしって感じだし。当然だよね。
Yeah, see
牢
there.
の中なら食事に困らずに済む。
Well, you're more rewarded for them going against what's probably right, quotation marks, than, you know, what is wrong. Because it still provides food, like I said, in the prison. Yeah, this... Calamitous Dragon, you literally ruined this nation. I know you didn't mean to, or maybe you did, I don't know. But... Oh... Usually I don't blame something, but, like, they definitely caused some problems in this case. There's probably more to the story. Everyone in this city-state, it's probably a natural thing it does as well. I don't think it was malicious. Oh, it could have been as well. It was called Calamitous Dragon, so maybe it just bring ruin to civilizations by dropping scales. Everyone in this city-state has gone crazy. Probably more people in prison than outside by now. Even His Majesty can't do anything about it. I suppose at least the prison provides food.
だったら頼れるのは自分だけ。理屈が通じないなら拳で分からせてやる。
What are your fists gonna do in a thing that looks like a full-on war? At this point, what is there left to hope for? If reason won't work, then I'll have to talk to them with my fists. Poor Klein. Yeah, kind-hearted isn't.
明日も未来も希望に満ちた言葉じゃなく
Tomorrow, future, those words no longer carry aspirations. What did it say? Tomorrow, future, these words no longer carry an aspirational meaning. There's nothing to aspire for, it's just a civilization in stagnation, and isn't fully dying. Observe. I assume that's gonna be, forgot her name, but the one that... What was your name again? I'm sure I'll tell you, but I don't care, I'm trying to learn. Lumi. That might be a nickname, though.
よく聞きなさいルミ。今はたった一つのキャンディーでも貴重品なのよ。少なくとも逃げるためのエネルギーになるでしょ。なのにあなたって子は。
She's got like a bandage over an eye patch. She's been injured during this war. Listen, Lumi. Right now, even a single piece of candy is priceless. It can give you a little more strength to run when you need to.
ママ怒らないで。分かったから。もう誰にもあげたりしないから。
Mum. Mummy. Please don't be mad. I know I was wrong. I won't ever share my things with anyone else again. The girl that went from sharing with lots to sharing with none. Definitely a collapse of a concept. End story.
明日と未来を語る人々が
Whenever
思い
people
浮かべ
speak
た
of
のは
tomorrow and the future,
今日よりも増
I
す
can only
上
picture
と痛みだっ
hunger,
た。
and pain even greater than today's. Even so, we have to go on living. I can't hope it would be a different map, or at least showing Hesperus or something. Don't know why you're showing Reimu. But actually no, it would make sense because if Senadia, Litos, and Nahara, you know, went to Loaxing, then they'd bring everything and their culture and understanding with them. So this is probably just what their thing, the original, looked like. So my bad, I take that back. That looks like Litos over there. Oh, that's different. I think it is, at least. I don't remember that banner. See, that fish being there really does remind me of Sparkle. I wonder if they are going to do something more with that. Yeah, someone... Granny and her brother. So hungry, so tired, so sleepy. There's her brother hanging on.
寝ても構わないよ、グラニー。ああ、干し草の匂いがする。ここならゆっくり休めそうだ。
Sleep, Granny. Sleep. And smell hay. You can get a good night's rest here. Yeah, brother's not doing too well. It was Granny and... what was his name? We only just got them introduced again. What was the name? Brother... Did I not get his name? Oh yeah, no, it's on the thing when you go up to them. My bad. Oh, but I didn't post that to myself. Well done, me. I mean, I still took a picture, but I didn't post it. It's fine. I'm sure they'll bring it up. If they don't, I will check my images. The screenshots, obviously. Sleep, Granny. Sleep. They're like hallucinating, it feels like, or very like broken. I can smell hay. We can get a good night's rest here. It's so cold, brother. Let's light the fire. Get warm.
僕がやるから安心して。もう寒い思いをしなくて済む。
I'll light it. Don't be afraid. It won't be cold anymore. I'm very skeptic if you are just lighting a fire. As long as you go on living, the suffering will never end.
でも生きている限り
As long as you go on living,
苦しみは終わらな
the
い。
suffering will never end. It didn't give us the name, so bear with me as I check my screenshots. Brother's name is... They're just Grain and Granny. They were quite similar as brother and sister. Gian. There we are. Yeah, Granny and Gian. At least the name at least came up. Yeah, Litos obviously is putting people down because he needs to. He's got his sword out. Someone's praying, it looks like. Oh, he looks kind of like... Oh, it's him! And why is he praying? What did you do?
何をためらってるんだ。さっき収まったばかりの争いの火種になったのは俺だぞ。
So kind of like the Cecil of at least this point in the era. Obviously different, you know, to the story in Sar's story, and Cecil was just a different, you know, character name. I more mean like, you're the one that kind of set off Thin, or set off like... You're not the one that sets it off, obviously it set off as the Pernament's curse, in this case. But you say you're the one that started the war. I assume you're the same person as who you said, so it would be... You would have been with... Kleiner. So this should be Gilbert. Unless it's just the same model, and then... I don't know. Interesting, so you started the war? So why haven't you yeah, criminal awaiting execution. So why haven't you done it yet? I'm the one who started this war that just ended. It ended? Did it end? Oh. You were hesitant back then, Litos. Stoic acting executioner. That must be hard for Litos. That's cool to see, and that then shows a bit more why he is the way he more be now. In, you know, Luoxing. This was in his younger days. These were in his days where he didn't want, I think, always put someone to death. Interesting. Yeah. Hesitancy. Struggling to do what is needed.
娘は死んだ。
Stoic though, yeah.
ちっぽけな争いのせいでな。これが不死を得た者の末路か。きっかけはどうあれ。勝つには心を殺して、敵よりも先に怪物になるしかない。
My daughter is dead in her small, hopeless act of defiance. It's the tragedy of the immortal. No matter who starts it, there's only one way to win. Harden your heart and become a monster faster than your enemy. Interesting enough, in Genshin, you had the whole thing, didn't you? Like Hilly Chills and also like Dainsleif and Curse and Mortality as well. miHoYo always, and then also Otto as well, or like Einstein tested it. The idea of immortality or very long life. Yeah, I guess even like Foxians also probably on like a long life species in the Xian show. Long life species or long life of anything seems to have some sort of curse or punishment. Or have some very big like epic moral like philosophy that then causes a lot of extremes. It's interesting, but it makes sense. It's a very realistic, I think, mirroring and representation of the concept of having immortality or eternal life, or how a civilization could become, or how a faction or a group could become as well, or the belief even ones might have. Very interesting topic.
クレナはいい子だった。物言いはきついが、本当に優しい子だったんだ。大事な果樹園があんな無残な姿になったら、辛くてたまらないだろう。
I like how it's grey here, and it's like, as well, visually as well. But I'm glad it's not just like, you know, someone started it for malicious reasons. Like, it just happened. A massive change is what caused the shift for this civilization and its development. Kleiner was always a good child. Sharp-toothed. But her heart was gentler than anyone's. She loved those fruit trees more than anything. Seeing them destroyed like that must have broken her heart.
行方不明になったクレナを見つけた時、あの子は木に差し貫かれ、痛みで泣いていた。
It's a visual. When I found her, she was all alone, nailed to the wood, crying out in agony. Good old dark stories as usual. That is a visual though.
燃え盛る炎のせいで昼間のように明るい夜だった。どうやって寝ろと言うんだ。昔は俺が泣き疲れて眠るクレナに布団をかけ直してやっていたのに、あの時は炎に飛び込むことすらできなかった。
I turned night into day. But how could she ever sleep in that kind of daylight? Couldn't step into the flames. In the past, every time she was hurt or wronged, when she cried herself out, when she was exhausted, I would always tuck her in. The fire turned night into day. Yeah, the fire of, like, the war. There was no rest. But how could she sleep in that kind of daylight? Yeah, those type of flames, that type of light. I couldn't step into the flames. In the past, every time she was hurt or wronged, she cried herself out when she was exhausted. I would always take her in. You'd always be there for your sister. Real story, this is.
あの子のためにマントをかけてやることすらできない。ならば、この老いぼれに残された選択肢は、炎をより激しくし、娘の苦痛を少しでも早く終わらせることだけだ。
Yeah, you burned her as quickly as she could be so her suffering would end. Or you increased obviously what her suffering was by adding on to her issue and putting her to death to give her rest. And obviously a bit of a manic, probably mental state as well. This time I couldn't even drape a cloak over her. It could only make the fire burn hotter, so her suffering would end sooner.
動機がどうであろうと、お前は極刑となる。
No matter what, you must be sentenced to death. The hesitancy's gone now. He was there for a brief blink. It just can't exist in this era. Sentenced to death. Is this the sin that you had to do? That wasn't what you did was really sin. I mean, I guess you could argue it being called as a sin because you had to basically put people to death because of what happened back here, but...
ああ、そうだ。死刑がお似合いだろう。しかしこの俺と違って剣を持ち分不相応な務めを担う騎士殿はしかるべき覚悟を決めていないようだな。
Yes, yes, this old man was sentenced to death, and should be executed at once. But even if you take up that sword, even if you accept this duty that isn't yours, whose is it then? Or are you just saying it isn't anyone's and someone's taken up the mantle? You still don't have the resolve, unlike me.
ただ処刑される罪人にも誉れある最後を迎える権利があると思っただけだ。
I just believe that even a condemned criminal has the right to face death with dignity. Makes sense, Litos. There has to, I guess, some black and whites here for this era to get through what it's going through. It's grey still, obviously, but I guess they had to take a black and white approach. I mean, war itself has some black and white approach, doesn't it, in stories?
甘い。俺は知ってるんだ。まともな死に方はとっくに不死の呪いに奪われてるってな。死刑だなんて言っても虐殺みたいなもんだろ。俺も娘の仇を同じ手口で殺してる。お前も同じやり方で俺を殺せばいい。
That's fair, putting someone to death would be extremely difficult under this. Naive! I know better than anyone. Immortality has long since robbed us of the right to a peaceful end. Us of the right to a peaceful end. Executions now are nothing but slaughter. Do to me exactly what I did to them, and they did to my daughter. The voice actor's doing such a good job. I can imagine wanting to tear up. I can imagine his sanity also being twisted mentally. He doesn't want to have to do this to all these people. Everyone was a really good resident, mainly of, you know, Laquadar. Now he's had to basically savagely murder them, basically. That won't even necessarily fully kill them without doing enough, but it's going to be absolutely agonizing.
もうやめて。リトスト、そんなことはしなくていいの。あなたが守りたかったのは、本来なら人々が守るべきだった規則とラカダの公正な摂理だけなんだよね。
What a good princess you have there. Enough, Litos. You don't have to do this. You want to. All you want is to follow the rules humanity was meant to uphold. To protect the laws of the just laws of Laquadar. But that doesn't exist anymore. That part of the era of this leaf was lost.
それはあなたが背負うことじゃない。執行人には私がなる。そうすればキルおじさんも。
Are you not too kind-hearted to put them all to death? You shouldn't have to bear this. Let me be the executioner instead. That way Gilbert can... No, this is his duty as a knight, I assume, in his head.
姫様、来てくださったんですね。合わせる顔などありませんが、お会いできて光栄です。
I don't blame him. I don't blame any of these responses or any of these people. There was no other way this could have gone. This is why humans, this is why civilization really can't have immortality. Or I guess live too long. The amount of, like, things that could become created from it, it's terrifying. Though even with an era that keeps dying, or history that keeps on passing the torch and so on, that's still, like, it's humanity living forever in a sense as well, so... Interesting. Again, I'm fictional, not talking real, but you know what I mean. Your Highness, you're here. I'm too ashamed to see you. Yet seeing you still makes me as happy as it always did.
このギルバート、 背負った大罪を悔いてはおりません。だが姫様を罪人の血で怪我したりはしませんぞ。そんなことをしたら死よりも苦しみます。
He's gonna put himself
騎士
to
殿、
death.
剣を貸してくれ。この命は自らの手で断つ。
I do not regret committing a grave crime. I don't blame you for why you did it, obviously. But I couldn't bear to stain you with a sinner's filthy blood, Hime-sama. That would hurt more than death itself. Sir Knight, give me the sword. I will do it myself.
いや、私の責務だ。人の手を借りるつもりはない。姫様、お下がりください。
This is the role Litos has chosen. My duty, chosen quotation marks, my duty will never be handed to another. Your Highness, please step back. Yeah, I think this would be the sin at this point. Though it's not really a sin. In that sense. Like, I know they gotta pay him about the blood tax and stuff a bit more, maybe.
ここから離れたいのか？連れて行ってやってもいいが。
Do you want to leave? I can take you away. Nahara. I don't blame Senna. I don't blame Litos. I don't blame Nahara. I don't blame why they left. I assume everyone died on the planet at this point. Well, everyone who didn't die would have come with them, I assume.
もうやめて。お父様、戦争にも刑罰にも意味はない。
Well, the slidey text. I think I need to click. I'm too scared to click. It's enough. Father, please stop worrying. It's worrying. It's meaningless. And stop the executions too. What do you expect him to do? He can't do anything else. There is no other alternative here. Our people were forced to become soldiers, and our soldiers were forced to become more brutal than our opponents, just so we can stand on their mangled bodies and steal a moment to breathe. Only in despair can we tell humans from beasts, yet this kingdom forced our people to become demons. Demons like shadows again as well. Those who stood with us today may stand against us tomorrow. Yeah, because people would obviously turn over time because of, like, the passage of time. For either their mental reasons or personal reasons. It makes a lot of sense. Corpses among corpses. Ah, Kingdom of Despair again, that line. Well, that's definitely chapter 1, part 2. That really connects with this. And that's from another like thing as well, that should not really know it as that well. But it's interesting. Only in despair can we tell humans from beasts, yet this kingdom forced our people to become demons. Yeah. There were countless reasons to start wars. Seizing resources, defending homes, venting hatred. But people gain nothing from these conflicts, growing ever more violent. Stomachs could never be filled, spirits could never be satisfied. Yeah, because you'd constantly be alive, and you'd constantly need food, and you'd constantly be probably awake to some extent. Immortality truly is, like, in a lot of ways, a curse. Especially in this context.
国も民も限界だ。
The kingdom and its people have already reached their limit. For a brief silence, the king said so.
陛下
Your Majesty? The bird's tweeting as well of all this. Yes, the resources left on this planet could no longer sustain its population. War, then, was inevitable. War consumed resources far faster than it consumed people, yeah. And so the world of humans became hell. They're doing a really good job tying, like, also, like, very symbolic themes of, like, hell, demons, shadows, fear, despair. And the curse of, like, the shadows in a way, but in a more metaphorical sense. Like, this really does fit very well. We tried to build a new order. Oh yeah, it didn't work, I guess. But peaceful means could not put out the raging flames of war. We could only be swept along. We could only be swept along. Even if we resorted to violence to reduce the population, the fundamental gap between supply and demand could never be closed. The victors could enjoy a brief abundance, but new shortages would still emerge, and this fragile balance would soon collapse.
セナ、私ではこの国を救えなかった。
Senna, I could not save my kingdom. The dragon scale meteorite melted into the Earth's heart. Earth again, but talking about the rock, obviously. The heart, again, talking about the planet. Rules or some sort of curse or thing embedding itself in the planet. Very interesting similarities. Giving birth to an eternal spine and transforming Laquadar into a snowy mountain ready to collapse. Is what I meant by saying about like planets, or more so created gods becoming like the planet in a way. Same thing with the dragon scale as well. Interesting. When the first bare stone, wrapped in snow, rolled down the steep snowy peak, everything was already over.
私たちが不死を得たその瞬間に、ラカダは永遠の死を迎えたのだ。
In truth, the moment we gained immortality, Laquadar died forever. All we can do is accept it.
我々は終わりが見えない命の中で希望のない明日へと向かいながら全てを受け入れることを学ぶだろう。
We will spend the rest of our long lives in every helpless tomorrow, learning to accept it. Stagnation. Imagine like him saying, this is what Tasana is saying, I cannot save my kingdom. Like, that's gotta be really hard for him to say. We will spend the rest of our long lives in every helpless tomorrow, learning to accept it.
Yeah.
No way.
こんなの私が望んでた国じゃない。みんなのために作りたかったのは土すら存在しない表現なんかじゃない。私は
This is not the kingdom. No way. This is not the kingdom I wanted to build for my people. What I wanted to give everyone was never a frozen wasteland where nothing can grow. Unfortunately, that's out of your hands. Nothing can be done about it now. Frozen wasteland.
王国の象徴であり、人々の願いの具現でもある。
Didn't you know about a frozen
でも彼ら
wasteland?
はたとえ自分が泥まみれになってでも私を汚そうとしない。
It's interesting they're talking about a frozen wasteland because it reminds me a bit of like what Phosphorus was before it got, you know, phosphorus sarded. I am the symbol of the kingdom, the embodiment of the people's wishes. And yet, even if they are covered in mud, they do not wish to see even a single speck of blood on me. The 3-leaf clover now, instead of the 4-leaf, obviously, because the 4th leaf's gone. This is the Trinity again. Also reminds me of Senadia, Nahara, and Lidost. 3 leaves of hope. People yearn for beautiful things in their hearts. Before the meteor struck, even sparingly gave them to me. And having found joy in pouring out their gentleness and love, they gave to more people. Now they suffer immensely, because they still cling to that beautiful yearning.
彼らの願いをもう一度芽吹かせて茂らせるには両親と道徳を育むための土壌が必要なの。私はラカダの姫としてどんな代価を払ってでもみんなのために豊かな大地を作る。
For that yearning to take root and flourish again, he needs soil. It's a bit like a project Valuka. What Senna was doing as well. Yeah. Let's see what miHoYo are doing. I haven't forgotten what we've read, obviously, as well. I just never thought to call it a Project Valuka, I guess, but that is basically what it is. He needs soil that can bear conscience, and morality. As the Princess of Laquadar, I will spare no effort to create that soil and reclaim the fields. Fields again, yeah. Again, time back to our planet.
そうすれば規則を守ることで両親を痛めずに済む。キャンディーを分け合うことで後悔しないで済むの。それに代償を恐れずに正義を貫ける。
In such a world, people will not be tortured by their conscience, holding to their principles. Or conscience, for holding to their principles, we will not be racked with guilt for sharing a piece of candy, and certainly will not shrink from doing what is right because of the price justice demands. The Ember.
そんな国を作ることで私はみんなの愛に応えたい。
This is the kingdom I want to give back to my people.
私がもし天寿を全うする身で病床に横たわり、お前に手を握られながら喜ばしい答えを聞けたらどれほど良かったか。さらに望めば、お前が作った国で最後を迎えられたら、それ以上の幸福などない。
Well, this is the answer she reached to his question. I'm sure giving under better circumstances would be preferred, but very thin. If I were in the final moments of my life, lying on a sickbed, hand held by you hearing. If I were in the final moments of my life, lying on a sickbed, hand held by you, Hearing you give such a heartening answer, and then falling into an eternal slumber, contentedly in your kingdom. What a blissful ending that would be. Fortunately, that's not reality. You don't get that luxury, unfortunately.
私は災いで苦しむ民の心の拠り所になっているお前がいつか身に余る期待に飲み込まれるのではないかと恐れていた。あの頃の世界には本当の永遠などなかったからな。もちろん今もそんなに変わらないが。
I once feared that the people, enduring so much, had made you their pillar of faith. I once feared that one day you would be crushed by expectations, because nothing in this world lasts forever. That fear has never left me.
皮肉なことに時々こう考えてしまうのだ。災難の流れ星に目を奪われたからこそ、人々はいつまでもお前を愛し続けてくれたのかもしれないと。
Sometimes I tell myself that perhaps it was only because the meteor of disaster diverted the people's attention that you were able to remain so dearly loved. You were able to remain so dearly loved. It was only because the meteor of disaster diverted the people's attention you were able to remain so dearly loved.
今となっては些細なことだが、セナは変わらず優しい子だからな。
But that no longer matters, because Senna, you are still such a good child. Very emotional chapter, this.
不死に逆らうため、友と一緒にラカダを離れ、星の海へと旅立つ計画を立てているそうだな。
Sea of Stars. Space. I know that you and your friends are preparing to defy immortality. You plan to leave Laquadar and sail into the Sea of Stars.
ならば、行くがいい。ラカダの地からはるか遠くまで。行けば行くほど、その身に宿す不朽の力は弱まっていくはずだ。そして、いつかは平凡な死を迎える。
Until they can also plant new seeds of the new soil. Then go, leave this place, leave Laquadar. The further you go, the weaker the power of permanence clutches you. So it lingers a bit even once they've left. That's different. Until at last, you meet an ordinary death.
But しかしその前に、私の娘はきっとどこかで平凡な星を見つけ、美しい願いを宿せる国を築くだろう。そして、いずれはその願いが芽吹き、茂みとなる。
But before that, you will find an ordinary star, and there you will establish a kingdom raised by my daughter, where beautiful wishes may take root and flourish, sprout of wishing. I see what you're doing. You didn't say sprout wishing, but I see what you did with the words. Wishing. Wishes.
無産の箱が示した未来の中で、この道だけが完全に否定されていなかったのだ。
Among all the futures revealed by the incalculable box, it really did let you see multiple different futures then. Oh, that's so like an interferometer in some ways. But this feels more than that. Interesting, okay. This is the only path that was not completely denied. Fascinating. Like I said, a time crystal, I guess, again, as well, like with Hyper and Lambda and Project Stigma and some other stuff. Among all the futures revealed by the incalculable vods.
この目で見てみたいものだ。
How I wish I could see it with my own eyes. But you must stay with your people, right? The king must stay with their country. You must be here for all the ones who have stayed. Or you must go down the ship, I guess. Sea of Stars. When is the choice of you? Such a good chapter, this. Always love EX chapters. They are like some of my favorites. They expand and go.
生と死の本質を生涯をかけて考え続け、死へと向かう旅の中でその意味を探す。
Are you giving up on this dying kingdom? I read out every word in a minute, sorry. Are you going to abandon your devastated homeland? Keep going. Yeah, I see. Are you going to run away from this dead planet? It's encircled by these words and narration. Very symbolical. Right, what was it you were just saying? That I could not read out because I wanted to hear the voice acting and then read it after, really, or read it just in between, but then the words on the screen, I wasn't sure how long it was going to be there. So, you said before all that, you said... The first line you said was, all their lives, people seek meaning in life. Yeah, and you're not going to find that, of course, if you can't look further than just the permanence that you've been cursed by. But you can still find meaning. I'm not saying you can't find meaning in that type of life. People seek meaning in life and death, searching for reasons to live or die along the road from birth to the grave. Yeah, keep going.
お父様は一緒に行ってくれないの?
Oh, she wants her father to come with her. Why don't you come with us, father?
ああ、ここは私の国だからな。私には死んだ星を救うという義務がある。救えないのは知っているが、せめてここを離れず、離れることを望まぬ人々と一緒に、この星のそばで行く末を見届けたいのだ。
No. This is my kingdom. I must remain here to save this already dead planet. I know I cannot save it. I can be with it in its final days. Alongside those who cannot leave, or choose not to. Yes, not everyone's gonna leave. Makes sense. That'll be hard for Senna.
そんな顔をするな。お前の国はここではない。振り向かなくていいんだ。これから生まれるお前の星にラカダを救う義務などない。お前の使命も、もう一人の王の人生を背負うことでは 決してない。
Do not show that face. This is my kingdom, not yours. Do not turn back. The newborn world has no obligation to save Laquadar. It is your mission. It does not encompass carrying the fate of another king. Fascinating.
愛しい娘よ。
My dear daughter,
セナディアの名は
the meaning of your
信
name,
仰の
Senadir,
光を意味する。
is light of
己の
faith.
光をたどって
So follow the light you have
自由
formed
に生きなさい。
and do what your heart tells you. Now it's 2 leaves.
永遠にお前を愛しているよ。
Your father will always love you. What a good dad.
「永遠にお前を愛しているよ。
I steal. Your father will always love you. Witness the choice of your blue text. I shall engrave the vision entrusted to me on my heart. Yeah, the burdens you have to carry because of all this. Yep, says it same both sides. Very holy. Like a vast void at the top as well. And also some shadows, obviously. Yeah, the Sea of Data like stuff here, that makes sense. I shall bid farewell to the fate I have exiled. Yeah, farewell to the ornaments, farewell to not being able to change things. I shall part forever from the home planet I hold so dear.
死の恐怖を拭う強い意志
If I find a resolve strong enough
前へ
to
と
let you
進む
face
ため
death without fear,
の美しい願いを求めて
find a visual beautiful enough to keep on going. Naharu. It really was good Naharu was following the calamitous dragon, because if they weren't, I can only imagine what would happen to Senna. I appreciate you can't run here. It really captures the atmosphere. You can't turn around, you can't change the angle. You know you're in time. Hello, Nahara. The hymns of the music.
セナディア、迎えに来たぞ。君だけなのか？
Interstellar Wanderer. Wanderer again. Makes sense. She's not left yet. That shows how much again she loves the planet. I've come to take you away, Senadia. Is it only you? How are you gonna make others leave? Obviously, Litos will come with her. But does everyone else just stay? Was it really only the three of them? Pretty sure Seraphim came with them. It sort of said that, I think, this chapter. I don't know, though. I think it did, because the outfit and all the other stuff. I don't think Seraphim's in the accent. Litos doesn't. So I assume Seraphim also came with them. The clothing as well. It just all fits. I could be wrong. I'd have to double check. Either way, we're just gonna keep going for now. Like, Seraphim was like Senna's friend. I scroll back. No. I'm sure, because the conversation with Litos and Seraphim in 70X as well. From the moment you gave my name to me, I've been able to sense your emotions, and if I listen closely, I can hear everyone else's inner voices too. Yeah, Seraphim was saying that. Yeah, no, I'm very sure. Yeah. I've come to take you away, Senadia. Is it only you?
わからない。みんなに覚悟を決めた人はここに集まってって言ったけど、誰が来るのか、何人来るのか、正直全然自信がないの。
I don't know either. I told everyone. Those who have made their choice. Gather here. But who will come? And how many? I truly don't know. The Traveller Against Eternity. Really like the titles they're giving them. Oh. That makes sense, because the stuff we saw of the defang, reflection, but not actually happening at that point. We're showing the past of Laquadar stuff before we got to it. Makes sense that Eileen would come. The colour thing still got me quite intrigued. I do believe we were given some more food for variant or version stuff. That was interesting, that colour stuff. It lined up with a few things. But still a little unsure. Well, she's here. Interesting it's Eileen and they also got Ivy for Thelema. That's kind of cool, actually. Anyway.
ごきげんよう、姫様。陛下に代わって
Oh yeah, that
お見
makes
送
sense.
りに参りました。申し訳ありませんが、お供することはできません。
That makes sense. Nah, she's doing a bit what Rita would do, actually. Yeah, like a maid or like a servant. Yeah, interesting. May your journey be safe, Your Highness. I'm here to see you off in His Majesty's stead. I'm afraid I cannot go with you. Like some of the roles, some of the way some of these characters acting do remind me of other characters. That's interesting. That's cool though. I like that type of thing. That indirectness, but things you make personal yourself or you see between stories or themes or concept. May your journey be safe, Your Highness. I'm here to see you off in His Majesty's stead. I'm afraid I cannot go with you.
代わりと言ってはなんですが、陛下からのプレゼントをお持ちしました。この星屑キューブたちにはラカダの技術が保存されています。過去を再現したり、現在を記録したり、未来を描き出すことができるのです。
So that cube-like thing that we see in like the start of part 2 was a Stardust Terrasex, and in Senna's bio there's also stuff about Stardust Terrasex. And they also got you also got Terrasex also come with other points as well, like in the Sea of Quanta and some other stuff. Interesting. Okay. Stardust as well. Okay, I see you, miHoYo. But I brought the gift His Majesty prepared. These Stardust Terrasex preserve Laquadar's technology. They can restore the past. Restore the past? That's handy. What's the downside to that? Record the present. Like, save it, I assume, right? Like in a file. And outline the future. See, like, potential futures, I guess, or simulate. I really do wonder if someone to the interferometer, maybe. Whatever the case, you keep making technology that reminds me of it. From the spatio-temporal consistency of that battlesuit in Other Helia's White World to, yeah, the Stardust Terrasex, obviously the interferometer. Interesting, miHoYo. Very interesting. Outline the future.
ですが、お気をつけくださいね。中には頭にぶつかったら涙目になって1週間も単コブが残る恐ろしいキューブがあるかもしれませんから。
Oh, that's cool, a little visual in the face then. Be careful. One of them may conceal a dreadful weapon. You can send someone crying with a whack. And leave a bump that won't fade for a week. Yeah, the core drive, the yo-yo. It all comes full circle.
大人になった後で返すか。やっぱり私大好きだよ、エレーに。
I have to grow up to return it to me. Eleni, you truly are the best. I... But yep, she returned it to her like she said. It's just unfortunate under these circumstances. Well, others did come in the end.
姫様に託す未来への宝物はこの中に置けばいいですか?
Oh, but they're all staying behind. Gifting a song, gifting the sweet star candy. Then how about the other three? Excuse me, is this where we put the treasures we want Her Highness to carry into the future? Indeed. Gifting just like it was back in the day as well. That must be nostalgic for it. Indeed, Lumi.
僕の音楽、後世の文明の礎になれるかな。そんな立派なものじゃないけど、ただ何かを残したいし、残せる何かが欲しいよね。
It does deserve to become part of the future civilization. Sign My music. I don't know whether it deserves to become part of a future civilization. It's not that noble. I just want to leave something behind. I have to leave something behind, don't I? What people would do, obviously, when they know they're gonna die. But obviously the difference is here, he's not gonna die, but he's still following that same moral thing you would do, like, you know, to leave your mark in the world, or next thing. Interesting visuals, the blue and the black, and then the colours. Maybe it's like tribal pattern? Like some sort of like, you know, tribe or clan, or some sort of like Laquadar, like culture thing, maybe.
Temotoに置いていてもいずれ壊されてしまうから。ならいっそのこと、姫様が空まで運んでいってくれませんか? そうすれば夜に星を見上げるたびに希望が湧いてきます。
If I keep it, it'll be destroyed sooner or later. Knowing it can fly into the sky of Her Highness makes you look forward to the stars a little more. Why can't you people go with her? I understand why you want to stay, or feel that you have to stay, or this is where you belong, but it's such a sad fate. And maybe there's enough now stability they can sort of live out their days. If I keep at it, I know something.
姫様の星のために今はちっぽけなことしかしてやれないが、100年後や1000年後の人たちから見ればきっと大したことになっているだろうさ。
Right now, I've only done little for your highness's star. Planet, I assume, right? But to people hundreds of thousand years from now, it will surely become something remarkable. All of you. Cavalry against eternity. Dun, 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 dun.
ここだけの話、物を入れた瞬間だけ昔みたいなただの人に戻れた気分になったよ。
Oh, yeah, they get to be human again. They get to be who they used to be. Lets them return to that time, even if not possible. Let me tell you a secret. Just placing something in here, even for a moment, reminded me of what it means to be human.
私もですよ。辛い時にこの瞬間を思い出せば、あと20年くらいはやっていけそうです。それに姫様が泣くのを見たくないんです。どうしましょう。
Who wouldn't, when things become unbearable? Remembering it is enough to keep me going for another 20 years. And besides, I don't want to see Her Highness cry. Hurry up, think of something.
リトスト様がいらっしゃいました。みんなで相談した結果、リトスト様を含む22名が姫様の旅にお供することになりましたよ。
Lord Litost has arrived. After discussion, it has been decided that Your Highness will travel with him and 22 companions, which most will obviously be dead by probably along a certain point in time. That's got to be hard as well, knowing she'll die one day normally. Can't just be with them all forever somewhere else. But I'm sure she'd feel it would be unfair if she'd also get to live forever, considering the rest of the civilization would live forever but be suffering. 22 sparks of hope, basically, of a new era.
この前誘った時は断られちゃったのに。まさか陛下が何か言ったのかな。まあいいや、来たからには連れてっちゃおう。
Truly a princess and God's night. A princess night one might say. No one's gonna get that reference. Or if they do, great, I guess. It was nice seeing that cheer though and everyone being really happy. So he wasn't going to come originally. Well, I'm glad you did for the sake of story. I guess he wanted to probably stay with the king, potentially. But he must have found a new purpose. A new reason to keep going. He declined the last invitation. Wonder what His Majesty said to him. Anyway, since he's here, let's bring him along. Ooh, that's a nice background. Do you remember it, I think, a bit in some of the earlier chapters, but it looks a little different. Still like it.
セナディア、準備はいいか？もうすぐ出発の時間だ。
Senadia, are you ready? We're setting off.
旅の仲間が22人。そしてナナと私を加えれば24人のチームだよ。それじゃあエレーにそろそろ行くね。
Time to set off. I love the X chapters. The fact you've kept your enthusiasm after all that's happened is a mental feat in itself, honestly. All 22 companions are present. With Nana and me, that makes 24. Lainey, we're leaving now. She's putting on a brave face. Trying to not cry.
姫様、道中お気をつけください。
Your Highness, may the stars guide your path. Yeah, that pause.
Eleni, 言い残してることがあるんじゃない？早くしないと間に合わないよ。
Eleni, you must still have something you haven't told me. If you don't say it now, it'll be too late. Yeah, she never will see her again. Yeah, it'll be too late by that point. Try and not say it because it might make Senna stay here. You're only human, Eleni, still. Or Laquadarian, I'm not really sure what the equivalent would be, but you all do seem to still be humans, so I'm not going to try and say you're a different species. That has not been established, I would say. I'm sorry, Your Highness. I want you to find you a lucky 4-leaf clover, but I couldn't. Yep, can only give a 2-leaf one now, because the other 2 leaves are gone. True can represent many things, along with the sprout.
信念を象徴する双葉をお渡ししたかったんですが、やはり手元に置いておくことにしました。
2 leaves stand for faith. I intended to give it to you, but I changed my mind. Let me keep the faith. Yeah, keep Senadia's light of faith.
これさえあれば、星空を見上げたときに、姫様はどこかで幸せに暮らしていると信じることができますから。
That way, when I look up at the stars, I can believe that Your Highness is living happily on one of them. He wants everything for the best for Senna and everyone else. What a fantastic civilization. It's very unfortunate
この世界の物質とエネルギーには保存の法則があります。一つの星が消えればもう一つの星が輝くはずです。
The total matter and energy of the universe is conserved. As a star perishes, another star twinkles.
この世界の物質とエネルギーには
Well, you said
保
Sakai,
存
so
の
that
法
means
則がありま
world.
す。
You didn't say Uchu.
一つの星が消えればもう一つの星が輝くはずです。
The universe still works here because you're talking about the overall universe of everything. But what you said Sakai, so world, I guess. Oshi for star.
苦難の流れ
The
星
meteor
が
is
落ちても
suffering fair.
希望の星が
Yet from the
輝く
earth
でしょう。
rises a star of hope.
それは
With auroras behind that trail. This is the new life that the dead Laquadar gave to the stars.
輝いた証でもあります。
The civilization once
私
shone.
たちの不死が永遠の時を超え、この身を構成するすべてが宇宙の中で原初に戻った時に、姫様の国で再会いたしましょう。
Using the origin background, that's a choice. Yet from the earth. Yet from the earth rises a star of hope. This is the new life that the dead Laquadar gave back to the stars, the cosmos. Proof that a civilization once shone. It's all Snow City music. Interesting choice. Fitting though. If I and it also makes sense because the theme of that bubble world, actually, with there being kind of an afterlife. People weren't that bothered when people died. Yeah, I see some of the parallels. That bubble world. If our eternal life could last beyond eternity, when all that makes us returns to its origin among the stars, may we be reunited in your kingdom. Yeah, reincarnate, I guess, in a way, or return. And that's why stars are also people, I guess, in this sense. Let us be a ship and raise our sails toward the sun. Faraway clouds spread their wings and ring the chimes made of rain. Across the endless sky we tread tirelessly.
眉は鏡。本当の姿を映し出し、私の一番誠実な答えを待っている。
Yeah, the mirror of the cocoon of finality, or the mirror of yourself in a way as well. Of trying to embrace. She is a mirror that reflects my truest self, and waits me to give the most honest answer. Can you give that most honest answer?
So そしてこれが割れた鏡をつなぎ合わせて作った過去の私の影。影の中で見たのは、私自身。
Goes hand in hand, like we talked about before, way chapter 1, part 2. And this is the shadow of my former self, that I pieced together from the shattered glass. In it, I saw myself. Hmm.
故郷から遠く離れた姫。
The princess who left the old star behind
そ
is
して
me,
人々を導
the
き、
traveler
星々で希望
who
を
led
探し
everyone
求
in
め
a
る旅人。
rebellion against immortality, in a quest against time.
まただ。
Again. Give a minute. For hope across galaxies is me. Yeah, the different stars. Appreciate the amount of Cocoon of finality stuff we have going this chapter. Again, it shows miHoYo will always return to something when it's the right time. When it's the right time. When they want to, obviously. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The traveler who led everyone in a rebellion against immortality in a quest for hope across galaxies is me. In a quest for hope across galaxies. Galaxies? Multiple. Okay. Attempt to embrace finality for the second time. Don't think it's gonna succeed still. Yeah, the pieces coalescing together again.
答えが完璧じゃなかったの。
Maybe it's because my answer isn't complete enough. Just like in the past when she couldn't figure the answer to her father. You really are trying, aren't you, Sonny? I think she's gonna fail again. Square language. Okay. Yeah. Nope. Didn't think so. Kiana is the only successful embrace after all. The one and truly successful embrace. Back to the simulated space, I guess. I assume from the sounds.
今の自分。 This time I saw my current self. Your current self? Nah, the dandelion readable. Makes sense. Let us be a dandelion and fly along the galaxy to where we belong. You really did become the heart of the planet. You basically did what the scale did, but the opposite of immortality. Legacy instead. The opposite of permanence. You became the rules or thing that encased that planet, basically. But gave it more freedom, obviously, because you weren't giving it immortality. You were letting the natural, like, laws
and physics stay how they should. Well, I assume at least from my understanding with a lot of the visuals of you around the planet at times in a metaphorical but also feels less metaphorical sense. The theory I said with creator gods. Let us be a dandelion and fly along the galaxy to where we belong. The newborn wind waves its arms and embraces a tender dawn. And there's still a form of embrace, all of this. This is what your current state is, I think. Beneath the rising sky, we heard the stars. Thinking about it now, it was like destiny. We were able to reach the solar system and discover Luoxin. Nana risked everything to tear open a passage for the reefs, the surrounding star systems. And at a single glance I chose this star. This is the star map that belongs to those 22 companions. Lord Defang bore them together with Nana, the great companions of the god. It's just that some had already fallen before civilization. Other, some vanished on that long dark night when Defang was formed. But their will and strength have already merged into Oxing's mountains and veins. In the end, among the great companions of the god, only Nana and Litos remain. People have given them so many stories, and in those stories the companions seem different. And me as their god. I really want to see the looks in their faces. If they found out everyone's been praying, Nana realized someone had actually wished for her safety. Her eyes went wide and sharp. I really wish you weren't auto. This is ridiculous. As for Litos becoming a knight again and throwing himself into his work, he must have been happy too. Most of Defang's technology can be traced back to the Laquadar's knowledge and stored in the TARDIS Terraset. And it certainly looks the part. And I can't be more familiar of every corner. To think like this. The much we can go, this city is huge. The banyan tree was planted when we chose Defang's location. As a memorial. Or anyone noticed it has become one of the witnesses. Huh? Right, can you just stop for a minute? Wanna read? Oh my goodness. They've really got to stop doing that. Listen, if you want to have pacing like that, then you need to have that be for most of the dialogue. Not for an important part like that. Let's think. Give me a minute. I'm reading it out. I did not feel like I got to really read any of that fully. No, I need the 4. Then after 4, it'd be that. Then that. Then that. Then that one. That one, that one. That could easily have been a click section and that wouldn't have mattered. It still would have kept its pace. It still would have kept what it was. Bear with me. Yeah, it's like, you don't have to screenshot everything. You don't have to read everything out. Well, that's what I've nearly done for the past 4 years. I'm gonna kind of probably keep doing that. Okay, let's break this down. Let's have a look again. That's fine. I don't mind that bit. I just need the text bit. Right. That. Been screenshotting has gone along, by the way. Don't you worry. I'm not like going backwards. I'm just making sure I'm posting to myself. That's fine. Yeah, then that was shown. That was shown next to the tree. Then the sprout tree. Name, obviously. Okay, I think we've got it now. I'm going to search the Discord for this, because we haven't got the text in front of us. Where is it? Close that. Right. Discord capture. Trying my patience here. There we are. Right. So. Thinking about it now, it was like destiny that we were able to reach the solar system and discover Luoxing. Okay, so they didn't know where the solar system was originally. That makes you wonder how many other, like, star systems they went through. First, Nana risked everything to tear open a passage for the reefs of the surrounding star systems. Then at a single glance, I chose the star. A lot of interstellar travel, then. Nana risked everything to tear open a passage for the reefs of the surrounding star systems. Yes, you went through multiple. Makes sense, though. It's the planet donut stuff. Oh, yeah, that was a bit different, but you know what I mean. This is the star map that belongs to those 22 companions. That's what that was, then. The people of Defang called them, together with Nana, the great companions of the god. It's just that some of them had already fallen before civilization ever shone. For the first time, which is very sad when you think about it. But also good for them because they got to finally rest. Mixed feelings, honestly. Some vanished on that long, dark night when Defang was founded. Vanished? Oh, Sea of Data stuff, I'm guessing, with rifts. But their will and strength have already merged into Luoxing's mountains and veins. This is Litos did with the Polar Shadows as well, like you did with the planet, I feel. Becoming gentle winds and nourishing rain. It's a very poetic and beautiful way of putting it. In the end, among the great companions of the god, only Nana and Litos remain. The people have given them so many stories, and in those stories, the companions seem no different from me, their god. There's truth to that as well. I really want to see the looks in their face if they found out everyone has been praying to them all this time. When Nana realised someone had actually wished for her safety, her eyes went wide in shock. As for Litos becoming a knight again, and throwing himself into his work, he must be happy too. Yeah, not having to do what he had to do back at Laquadar after a certain point. He got returned to his original duty. Most of Defang's technology can be traced back to the Laquadar knowledge, and the data, stored in the Stardust Terra sets. Oh, it certainly looks the part. Even though I can't be more familiar with every corner, Seeing it like this still makes me go, this city is huge. It's just one of many that you make in the future. That banyan tree, so that was probably from Laquadar as well, probably, was planted when we chose Defang's location. As a memorial, before anyone noticed it became one of the witnesses to people's wishes. Oh? And while we're at it, since I didn't get to show it before, Chapter 9... Have I done the pins for this one yet? Excellent. That makes it so much quicker. Show me the bit with the trials. Back, that's too far. Yeah, it was here. I thought so. Yeah, there they are. Granny and, Gian. Did we get their name here? Bugs, no. Ellie obviously is playing the role of, yeah, I remember. I need to jump. It's not the full thing there. Yeah. They didn't have names here. Oh no, Sinans. Yeah, and Kleiner. Okay, yeah, we had heard these names. I thought so. Either way, it's fine. You should I recognise that we got them again. Yeah, Granny. He's blind, man. Oh, is that what the glasses are on? I remember being blind. That change? Or was that just someone? I have to hear the voice again to know if it's just someone else speaking at the time. Obviously it wasn't Helia, it was Senadir and Nana, after all. Nahara, I mean. But yeah, Nana, because nickname. Yeah, that's where everyone lives. City of Eternity, yeah. Yep, Kleiner and the fruit trees. She is to succeed. Yeah, the girl and boy. I think they had names. They did not. I guess they were just safe from last time then. That makes sense, I guess. You can speak to them. Assume they died. Oh, actually, we did see some stuff, didn't we? Yeah, it was here. Yeah, finite land limits of resources, violent plundering gradually evolved into a war that engulfed everyone. The war never ended. Yet its methods grew increasingly cruel. After all, no one dies in spite of immortality, yet the pain of bleeding remains. Those who wage war with the most brutal means at all costs and restrain the ones who temporarily gain the upper hand in violence. Yeah. Let's see if there's any other details here that I need to see. It takes years, even longer, to cultivate crops, so carefully research techniques, but raiding granaries and using artillery to seize land and labour, that only takes minutes. Doesn't it? Yeah, technological advancement. Yep, some tried to stay neutral, only to have their homes shelled into ruins, leaving them with nowhere to hide. How tormenting it must be to suffer endless hunger without dying, forced to curl up and barely cling to life. Ironically, timeless existence means eternal torture. Yeah, others did try and leave. Yeah, why not leave this city specifically? Yeah. The planet is so vast no one can find a place to hide away from the war. Gien and Granny tried, but they failed. After they were captured, they blew up the enemy's granary to pieces, killing themselves in the process. They were unable to heal. Yeah. Some ran, some fled, we all grew weary, the endless flow time, everything numbers all. Numbers all to the so-called novelties, our past aspirations, our efforts till now, they're hopelessly futile in the face of time. Yeah, permanence. Yeah, eliminated humanity's greatest fears, so why is everyone becoming more violent? But we can see why. Yeah, privilege. In eternal life diluted the value of privilege, and equality denied the ambitious. Their sense of superiority, they grew fearful, intensifying their plunder of resources and monopoly of wealth. Finally, they turned their weapons against their own kind. Ironic, isn't it? We struggle so hard to achieve equality for all, yet there are always those who wish to be more equal than others. Yeah, the irony, because that's not being equal at that point. Yeah, I did call it a dragon scale meteor back then. Okay. Oh, that's all we need to check there. Let's get back to what we were doing. And keep it waiting. Let me just check something. How strange. A lovely little sapling is already growing here. Indeed.
しっかり根を張ってるし、順調に育っているね。よかった、元気で。
It has rooted firmly and is growing strong. I'm so happy to see it, full of life.
でも、確かレイラと一緒に苗木を植えるっていう約束は記念品展示会後の日付だったよね。まだまだ先だったはず。
I think our Dreamseeker planted it. My memory serves right. But if I remember correctly, the day I promised to plant a sapling of little Lena should be after the memorabilia exhibition. It's still a long time from now.
もし本当に時間があっという間に過ぎていったら、レイラも徹夜して図面を描かずに済むよね。
If time had really jumped straight to that point, little Layla wouldn't have to stay up late drawing anymore.
夜中まで机の前で作業してるあの子を見るたび、その次の日にでも展示会を開催したくなるの。よくできたデザイン画も立派な記念品だし。あの子に聞かれたら呆れられちゃうかも。
Every night when I see her desk lamp still on, my heart softens, thinking that I should just announce the exhibition open tomorrow. Because those beautiful sketches deserve to be remembered too. She'd probably be dumbfounded if I said that.
とにかく、まるで最初からここに植えられる運命だったみたいに、 立派に育ってるこの苗木はきっと偽りなんかじゃない。ということはつまり、ずれているのは私の時間だね。
In any case, a sapling growing this well. Like it was meant to be here. Yeah, like it's coming from the future. Or appearing. Wouldn't appear out of nowhere this early. So the only one that could have shifted in time must be me. Ah, you like in a passage of time or some sort of like different points. Makes sense because of everything you said.
まだ今から先には進めていないけど、目の前の少し先の未来は前よりも成果を出せた証。このまま進んでいけば本当に奇跡を起こせるかもしれない。
Even though I'm still in the present. There's that again. This slightly distant future, before my eyes, already proves that I've gone further than before. If I keep walking, maybe I really can make a miracle happen. At what cost? There's definitely a cost to that. Yeah, definitely a cost. You also said time was running out, didn't you? Your time was running out?
やっと目的地に着いたみたいだね。せっかくのお散歩もこれで終わりかな。
At last I've reached my destination. My rare little walk is over. You say destination, do you mean death? No, I don't think you die yet. Yeah, and talking about the present like that reminds me of Otto a bit.
やっと目的地に着いたみたいだね。せっかくのお散歩もこれで終わりかな。
At last I've reached my destination. My rare little walk is over.
なんだか申し訳なくなっちゃう。
I'm sorry.
神様なのにこうやって報道をゆっくり歩
It's
いて
been
過
so
去を
long
思い
since I
返
walked
した
through
り、
D-Thing.
未来をいろいろと想像するなん
Slowly
て
like
久
this.
々だから。
Remembering, feeling, imagining all the ways you could be.
「時間と空間を超えた眉が支配する世界でなら少しだけわがままになっても許されるよね。
Ah, just like how I appear in Lambadus in the past. Interesting, okay. That exact like wording. In this world ruled by Cocoon, beyond time and space, being a little willful and dawdling for just a while, I can probably be forgiven, right? When you say world, do you mean the solar system, or do you mean Luoxing? Or do you mean because it's a simulated space, that's what you mean by the world? Ruled by Cocoon. Individually? World's quite broad.
そんなことより時間の上に漂っている声を聞いてみよう。神様のルーチンワークなんだから、こんな時でもやるべきことはやらないと。
Oh, well, I'll listen to those voices drifting among the treetops first. Yeah, the wishes. This is something a god does every day, even now. There's no exception. A bit similar to Sele as well, a bit of like the, you know, constellation thing and the Salt Snow City stuff. Reminds me a bit of that as well. Sure, they were the sage, but that was kind of like the god, wasn't it, of that world in a way? And the reason I also say that, you know, that bubble world, because La Nina in the Durandal visual novel was kind of like, you know, the god after a certain point in that bubble world. But then obviously Bianca more became that. Though obviously not in the same god sense as, you know, let's say a creator god, but you know what I mean. Yeah, the inner voices, basically, those voices and stuff, yeah. Oh, well, I'll listen to those voices drifting among the treetops first. This is something a god does every day, even now. There's no exception. A god truly among her people. I respect both you and Sar, and any other, like, being that's tried to, well, you know, make a civilization mainly work, and survive, or become something else.
「声が響き、私に語りかけてくる。今の私たちがどんな街を作り上げたのか、ラカダの火種がどんな文明を灯したのかを。
Is it the past voice as well, the people who would also have, like, been the other 22 companions? Or 21, maybe. Yeah, 22. You know what I mean. Every time these voices sound, they confide in me. They tell me what kind of city we've built, and what kind of civilization Laquadar's spark has ignited.
まだ幼くて純真で優しい無垢な存在だけど。
Only one leaf left now, and that leaf is fading. And there's now one leaf in a way. That's really symbolic and also fitting, lore-wise. It is still very young, naive, and yet can grow into the leaves. Naive and kind, innocent and pure.
早く大人になりたい。セナディアは私が神様になることを望んでないけど、彼女の力になりたいの。だってセナディアの笑顔を見るのが好き。笑ってるセナディアが大好きだから。
I want to grow up quickly, even if Senadia doesn't want me to become a god. That won't stop me from helping her, because my favourite thing is seeing Senadia smile. I like her best when she smiles. That was
真面目で
Layla,
頑張り
obviously.
屋で勇敢でまっすぐ。
The clovers are growing. Now it's 2 leaves. And yet it also is studious, and diligent, brave and sincere.
植物科の学生です。僕の夢は一瞬で大きくなる酸素浄化供給植物を開発することです。そうすれば町の外へと赴くホードの人々はどんな苛烈な環境にも負けずに済みますから。
And a voice from the treetops. As a botany student, I have a dream. I want to cultivate air purifying and oxygen producing plants that start growing the moment they hit the ground. So the people of Defeng will never be held back from going beyond the city by the environment. Makes sense. Was it a bit like not that habitable? Something like that.
研修医です。今は3日間ぐらい爆睡したいです。この前夜勤で重傷の子猫を3匹も見つけて1人で助けたんですよ。私ってば偉くないですか？
As an intern doctor, I want to sleep for 3 whole days. I ran into 3 badly injured kittens, 3 again, while on night duty, and saved them all by myself. Mm-hmm.
正直で愛に満ちている。私が育てたい美しい願いはこのホードの大地で健やかに成長している。
It is upright and honest. It is filled with love. The good I want to nurture is already flourishing in Defeng's fertile soil.
悔いのない人生じゃった。唯一の願いは次にばあさんと一緒に来る時も良い天気であればいいんじゃがの。
Oh, I don't have many regrets left in life. If I had to make a wish, then I hope that next time I come here with my old wife, it will be a good weather again. Makes sense. That'll probably be the couple, wouldn't it? That were like wishing by the tree. The 2 old people. The plant thing makes sense as well. Assume the kitten thing could be like, yeah. Go the person looks after the cats like an oxia, but obviously not them, but you know what I mean.
息子の絵を見ました。あの子が一生懸命描いたのに、私には良し悪しが分からず、褒めたつもりが逆に落ち込ませてしまいました。どうか、あの子に分かり合える話し相手ができますように。
I've seen my son's drawings. He really puts his heart into them. It's a shame I don't understand art. I wanted to praise him, but somehow only made him more disappointed. If only someone who understands him could talk to him.
私たちがもし引っ越したり違う学校に行ったりしても毎年ちゃんと連絡できて会えますように。
Yuyan, maybe? I hope that in the future, even if we move, even if we go to different schools, we'll still meet every year and keep in touch. Or just some random, girl. I don't know. I feel like that would be Yuyan to Layla, though.
これはラカダの続きじゃない。でも間違いなく私たちの死した故郷の文明を引き継いでいるの。
It is not a continuation of Laquadar, but without a doubt, it is the legacy of our dead homeworlds, civilization. And it's carried over and gained a new form. You allowed something completely new to be created. Sar, of course, did not allow that as much, but then did allow that in the end. Not in the same sense.
私にとってそれこそが生の答えで死の理由なんだ。
It's the answer I'm willing to offer life to, and the purpose I'm willing to die for. Yeah. But I don't know if you can deal with the corruption of the sea.
ここが私の国。
I know. This is my kingdom. You've come a long way, Senadia. Your father would be proud of you. Feel. Mostly. No, you would.
私が見守り
The kingdom I will watch over,
導く存在。
lead,
私の
and hold as the very meaning of my life. Ah, the little star flower
最初から
thing.
今に対する答えは私の心にあった。
From the very beginning, the answer about the present was in my heart. Jackson. From the very beginning, the answer but the present is in my heart.
私は不完全な権能を持ち、報道の安寧を支える半人前の落星の神。そして、この新たな文明を愛し、未来へと導きたいと切望するセナディアでもある。
The half-baked, who walks in God, wields incomplete authority, and maintains defense stability, is me. Yeah, incomplete authority, ex cocoon of unwoven. The Senadia who loves this newborn civilization, and longs with all her heart to lead it into the future, is also me. Yep. That is who Senadia is. Ooh, what's the shutter sound for? Or is that the sound of breaking through to the truth? It must really hurt coming to these very truthful, sincere, and very embracing answers, but still not being good enough. I love you, Cocoon of Finality, but this is harsh. But it also makes Kiana's successful embrace all the more still the idea is feels too good to be true at times, honestly. Again, why? Rejected again. Stopped again.
前回と前々回の原因不明の失敗ならともかく。待って。そもそも失敗って言えるのかな？最後に形作られた投影が急に消えて。うんね。失敗っていうより中断かも。
Let's put aside the inexplicable failures from last time, and the time before that. Can those really be called failures? The reflection that finally took shape vanished without a trace. If anything, it felt more like an interruption than a failure. I guess only one can truly be embraced. Like I said.
さすがにちょっと前向きすぎるかな。どっちにしても今回は本当に手詰まりだね。
There it is. Am I being a little too optimistic? Either way, but it's like the mirror reflects you, it reflects who you are. Either way, this time, I really am at a loss. She's definitely gonna get rejected again. I want to know who made the Kakuna finality. We really don't know. There's only theories on it. One day we'll know, maybe. Or maybe we won't. It's just that hard to comprehend. I'm not really satisfied with that as an answer, though. Fully. We're being a little too optimistic. Either way, this time I really am at a loss. Attempt to make contact.
やっぱりこうなるんだ。
Just like before. Shattered to pieces. Very gently like petals, but literally is gone. Hmm? Was that Senna and Senna? I heard another voice, but... She must be getting very fed up with this. I don't blame her. Poor thing just wants to communicate with the unknown entity. Or just wants an answer, wants to make a successful embrace. I wonder how much she knows about everything. Not like we have many who come here. How much do you know, Senna? How much do you know? Or think you know? Oh, I love this. Yeah, an unknown Oh. Well, it's pretty easy to guess what those colours are, but let's see. I have questions. Many questions. So I'll vanish off the screen for a minute. Yeah, I thought so. That would have kind of been spotted, unfortunately. This design, but it doesn't matter. It also fits the image anyway, so it doesn't matter. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. You alright? I do appreciate the track playing right now is for Vita, though. But the track is called that.
まさかここに誰かが来るだなんて思わなかったよ。わかった。僕に心から謝罪するチャンスをあげる。
Also, I guess it was kind of shown in chapter 10, wasn't it? And like the briefest of images. What a surprise! What a surprise! I didn't think I'd run into anyone else here. Very well. I'll give you a chance to offer me a proper apology. What are you doing, Vita? You trying to also reach a successful embrace? No, you're trying to help. I don't know. What are you trying to do other than... You did say help Kiana, but... Our being here help with that. How are you able to be here? Well, I guess it makes sense because creator gods and stuff. Yeah, and you have SARS, creator core. I love Vita. It's a great character. You will never be forgotten. Glad to see you again. I was worried of the 90X. What a surprise. I didn't think I'd run into anyone else here. Very well. I'll give you a chance to offer me a proper apology.
とりあえず自己紹介させて。僕はビタ。プルシャから来たんだ。プルシャのビタって呼んで。
A little introduction. Allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Vita. I'm from Perusha. You may call me Vita of Perusha. Tsar would be very happy with you, I feel, in some ways. In other ways, not so much. But that name, Perusha, that's special. Let's continue.
Purusha. それってあなたの星の名前？あ、私はセナディアっていうの。惑星人だよ。惑星のセナって呼んでね。
Perusha, is that the name of your star? My name is Senadia. I'm from Luoxing. You can call me Senna of Luoxing. Now, will we get the third one? Will we get Kiana Kaslana from Earth? Probably not. She's probably still asleep, isn't she? One day. The book is the three of them. Then a sketchbook is the three of them. Unless this is when this took place and why she sketched what she sketched, but yeah, she doesn't know who it is. So, when is this taking place? Questions upon questions. That could be before the sketchbook? But I could be wrong. I like how they call them stars. It's just more thematically appropriate than planets. In some ways.
ここは散歩するような場所じゃないよ。見てごらん。あそこに深淵があるだろう。
Ah, yes. Thank you, Vita, for reminding us that other civilizations call it different things. But it's interesting that the Loxing and Earth call it the Cocoon of Finality. May Purusha call it the Abyss. Still interesting. Isn't exactly a place for a stroll. Look over there. That's the Abyss. We got like a still frame of the background cocoon. It looks nice though. The pillar and oh, so extraterrestrial, like so interesting, so cosmic.
気をつけて。あれは太陽系で一番の小心者なんだ。見えない視線でみんなを縛り付けて、気に入らないやつを吸い込むから。
Be careful. It's the most narrow-minded thing in the entire solar system. It binds everyone with its invisible gaze. And if anyone displeases it, it won't hesitate to throw them in as well. But that's your understanding of it. We don't know if that's how it thinks. But I guess the actions speak louder than the words, but not in this case, because this is like a higher being. But I know why you're saying what you're saying, and it makes sense. Gaze, eh?
深淵を覗くとき、彼らもまたこちらを覗いているか。まさに敬意に満ちた表現って感じ。
Abyss fits a bit more, considering the amount of, like, you know, shadows and all the other stuff we talked about. And also, yeah, that. Oh, I really worried. No, they wouldn't. But the way that's worded really does make me think that. I'll see that as on my mind in a minute. An abyss that gazes back when you gaze into it. That's quite an aspiring description. Okay, I'm gonna throw something out there now. In the second key manga, you have Sue, you know, talk about, you know, like on the abyss stairs, you know, the Nietzsche chick, or however you pronounce it, you know, Nietzsche's, I don't know how to pronounce it. Philosophy and stuff, right, with the abyss and everything. Nietzsche, you should know what I'm referring to. It talks about like an abyss stares back at you and so on, saying I'm the thing that governs the Honkai and stuff. Now we know the Cocoon of Finality is not the thing that governs the Honkai. Or more so, isn't necessary. Is it? Did they call it? What did they call it? Again, the manga up again. What was the wording? I really hope they haven't done what I think they've done. I mean, I could never prove it. We haven't got a follow-up outside of the Sue stuff in chapter 42. Second key manga, not Eruption. Can you not? That's the official manga. You gotta be kidding me. Oh my god. This is actually insufferable. Second key manga. It doesn't even be the... I literally have put it in. Honkai Impact. I can't believe it's this hard to find now. It shouldn't be this hard to find. Why is the website page hard to find for this? Second key manga. That's Webtoons. That's not the official site. Well, it's one of them, I guess. But you're kidding me. Fine. miHoYo site. Then go to wiki, then go to the manga page. That is actually abysmal. Why did that not come up? Well, it's got it now, so it doesn't matter. They need to make their page more findable. That was worrying. Right, second key. And... I guess I'll look for the answer to that question in the afterlife, if that even exists at all. It's time. And if you gaze long into an abyss, the abyss also gazes into you. An infinity of possibilities ebbs and flows in the great yawning gap far beyond your sights. An existence beyond human understanding. This place, it does exist. I applaud you for finding this place, enlightened one. You seek universal truth that governs even the Honkai itself. Governs Honkai, it's the only thing, yeah. I haven't met a human for eons, and I am very, very bored. Let's first entertain ourselves with a human game. When this round, I will give you that answer. So there's two ways to look at this. Either the being that, something was so... was something to do still with the cocoon of finality, and this is when it maybe would have thought more and wasn't just a mirror. The other possibilities is a higher being that we'll never know the name of and will just be left anonymous forever. The other possibility is something else. There's obviously the prayer lantern stuff with Sue, but that's the thing then, if there is then what I'm saying potentially, then Sue could have then become maybe like a... kind of like an observer with the cocoon of finalities, like... not faction so much, but being? I don't know, though. I'm saying if they might have potentially changed what the cocoon of finality was gonna be? Or it's the other things I just said. Or we just still don't have an answer. But the way it talks about an abyss and talks about gazing and, the other stuff does... And even the blue and the texture board... I still think it's something else, I don't think. And even if it was, let's say this was like an old potential version of like the cocoon of finality, I think it got repurposed into something else. I don't believe they would just not say. Then again, they might leave it to interpretation. I mean, they have, I guess, so far. I guess I just never thought of it being potentially, it could still be the cocoon. Hope it's not. That would take away some possibilities that I wouldn't be a fan of. An abyss that gazes back, and you gaze into it. That's quite an awe-inspiring description.
でもそうだね。実際に来てみないと、星々の中で一番憧れるような静かな場所に、こんなに厳しい監査官がいるだなんて想像すらできないよ。
Indeed, if you weren't here yourself, it'd be hard to imagine that in the most tranquil corner, between the stars, there would be such a strict examiner. Yes, an examiner of successful embrace, or at least that's how people understand it. What is Vita's thoughts on all this? Why is Vita so taken aback by that? I guess the response. She hit it quickly, but Senadios still caught the flicker of shock and revulsion that crossed her face in that instant. Yeah, Vita knows she's not just now someone who's just quite, like made a mistake or anything, or done a little thing. Like she's aware that Senna's quite intelligent, so she's playing her hand carefully. Of course, that emotion wasn't directed at her. So is that the abyss? The criminality?
私、何か変なことを言ったかな？
Huh? Did I say something wrong?
そうだね。もし優等生の君があの監査官の手の届かない場所へと僕を逃がしてくれて、いくつもの星を見比べて住み心地のリサーチを終えた後でなら、僕も君の意見に両手を挙げて賛成できるんだけどね。
Don't know if applesauce feels like the right track right now, but sure. Well, not applesauce, but at least the tracks that are playing during the other Helia thing. They seem to really like playing some of those. Don't know how I feel on it, honestly, because there were many for that chapter. Or at least that's the first thing they were used for. Doesn't mean they can't be used for other things. If you, such an obedient and well-behaved student, could help me skip class, and keep the examiner's threads from ever reaching me again, then perhaps after comparing countless star systems, and writing up habitual ability reports, I might even applaud and agree with you. Aren't the threads of fate dealt with, though? Thanks to Elysia? So I guess there was also the threads of fate stuff, wasn't there? Coming up again one other point, wasn't there? But in each planet, so maybe on the Earths. Yes, that's something we do have to remember. That examiner's threads from ever reaching me again. Yeah, you want to be free. Maybe you really do want to leave the solar system. Becoming a Master 4 would be, I guess, a way to do that. I really want to know your reasons. Oh well. And perhaps after comparing countless star systems and writing up habitability reports, I might even applaud and agree with you. You've done all that? Perusian is the name now, not Vita. Is that to do with Sar then, that bit? It makes sense.
Oh.
I have many questions.
ごめん。ちょっと意外だなって思っただけなの。あなたって身長で用心深いのに結構素直なんだね。私の大好きなあの子にそっくり。
Sorry, I was just a little surprised. You're cautious and careful, yet unexpectedly honest. This personality reminds you of a child I'm especially fond of. Yeah, little Layla, right? You see her as the new future. The next one to continue the legacy. Well, not Laquadar, but now Luoxing.
Huh?
I don't think Vita wants to be compared to that, though.
本当に可愛い子なんだ。私の気持ちがわからないときは、そっと話題だけを切り出して、反応を見ながら少しずつ最後まで話してくれるの。
She's a truly adorable child. When she's not sure of my stance, she'll quietly steer the conversation, carefully watch my reaction, and only then slowly say the rest. What's bothering you, Vita? This isn't as bad as Agita, is it? At least for what you were bothered by, I mean. No, there's the annoyed voice. So what are you trying to ask me? So what are you doing here? I don't know how I feel about Vita's new outfit. One I think is more supposed to represent Perusia. I'm not saying it's bad, I just... No, I prefer... I think I prefer, honestly, the Eldritch one a bit more. It also felt like it just made a bit more sense seeing the event as well. But I guess they wanted that colour scheme again with the teal. And the white colours of the goddesses. Or gods, I mean. So what are you trying to ask me? So what are you doing here? Senadia and Perusian.
そうだな。もし急いでいないなら、私の話を聞いてくれる？
If you're not in a hurry to leave, how about listening to a story first?
構わないよ。どうせここで誰かと話をしても意味がないってすぐにわかるだろうから。
What, is everything forgotten? Suit yourself. You'll soon understand that talking to people here is meaningless anyway.
昔々、長い間、危険だらけの永久凍土の海を漂流し続けてきたタンポポの旅人たちは、遥か先にある灯台を見つけました。
Okay. We're gonna pause here for a minute. Gonna have some water and then we'll continue, okay? I'm back in like 15-20 minutes probably, maybe sooner. Have a little snack as well probably. I'll have dinner after the stream at this point. I think we'll finish the chapter today probably, but then I could be wrong. Anyway, see you in like I say 15-20 minutes. Maybe more like 25. Either way. Okay, we are back now. A bit longer than I thought, but it's fine. Right, refreshed. Let's continue. Oh, yeah. Actually, that's better. Right.
昔々、長い間、危険だらけの永久凍土の海を漂流し続けてきたタンポポの旅人たちは、遥か先にある灯台を見つけました。
A long, long time ago, in the treacherous ever-frozen sea. Ever-frozen? Space or something else here? A group of dandelion travelers, yeah, the tribe, who had drifted for ages saw a lighthouse in the distance. Okay.
心が温まるような光を眺めながら、彼らは故郷を復興させるという希望を取り戻します。
The lighthouse being their star. Gazing at that comforting light, they rekindled their hope of rebuilding a home.
しかし、全速力で進んだ彼らは海岸沿いの暗礁にぶつかってしまいました。船首にあった金色の竜の像が身を挺して、越えられない壁に一瞬だけ隙間を作ってくれたので、旅人たちは生き延びることができました。
What about this reef? Barrier, I assume, at this point. Yeah, the impassable barrier. Well, unfortunately, I was already a little spoiled on that, but it's not really hard to put two and two together anyway. But sailing at full speed, they crashed into the reefs. What are reefs, then? That encircled the coast. It was only thanks to the golden dragon figurehead at the bow, whose shattered body tore a fleeting gap in the impassable barrier, that they were able to survive. Shattered body. What happened? I'm to Nahara. Yeah, Bo, the ship, yeah. Whose shattered body tore a fleeting gap in the impassable barrier, that they were able to survive. What happened if that didn't happen?
ですが、竜の像がまとった金箔のほとんどが剥がれてしまい、柔らかな砂地に座礁した船も壊れ、二度と海に出られなくなりました。
They probably went through multiple star systems and were fine, but this barrier was a problem for them. I feel like the solar system barrier in some ways is special, but I'm still not sure. Almost all the gold leaf from the dragon figurehead was scraped away. No, the ship's not that. Okay, the figurehead, sure. The ruined ship could no longer sail, ultimately running aground on the soft sands.
旅人たちが行き着いたのは静かで美しい島でした。危険な嵐と寒波は海の外、島を囲む岩礁によって阻まれていたのです。一息ついた彼らは辺りを見渡し、ほどなくして休める洞窟を8つ見つけました。
That's the star. It was a quiet, beautiful island. Dangerous storms and freezing currents were kept outside the bay by the surrounding reefs. Finally able to catch their breath, the travellers looked around and soon discovered 8 caves where they could settle. 8 caves? Caves, you say? Project Stigma. It's not a Plato cave thing and so on.
見て、あそこ、火の光だ。リーダーである旅人はそう言いながら一行を導いて洞窟の一つに入りました。赤い土を踏む彼らの耳元に巨石の隙間を流れる水のせせらぎが届きます。
I think 8 as well, because like infinity in a way. But obviously it's number 8 isn't the same thing. But you know what I mean? Just turn the other way around. Infinite possibilities. Look! There's firelight, said the leading traveller, guiding everyone into one of the caves. They stepped onto red soil, yes, the different planets. That's clear what that means. And in their ears rang the music of clear water, threading its way between giant rocks.
彼らは燃え盛る炎の前で濡れた服を乾かすと温めた食料を口にしました。そして再び元気を取り戻します。
This is a literal cave with the fire thing. This is a metaphor. They came before a mass of living, dancing flame, and at once their clothes were warmed thoroughly. Even their damp rations, now heated, were not as difficult to swallow. Their spirits were lifted.
旅人の一人が落ちていた小さな枝を拾い、洞窟の壁に焚き火と食べ物を書くとこう言いました。この星で暮らしていくには、まずは寒さをしのぎ、食料を入手する手段を得なければ。
There we go. One traveller picked up a small branch, and drew a campfire in the cave. Drew a campfire, so probably not literal, but yeah, blew a fire maybe. On the cave wall, then drew food. In our new home, the very first thing you must do is drive away the cold and hunger, unlike what Laquadar had yet.
それを見たもう一人の旅人も枝を手に取り、小さな王冠と本を書きます。そうして次の人、また次の人へと枝を渡します。壁に絵を描く彼らの顔には幸せに憧れる笑みが浮かんでいました。
Seeing this, another traveller picked up a branch and drew a small crown and a book. Then passed the branch to the third, the fourth. Everyone added their own drawings with smiles of happiness and longing on their faces. And by drawing, did this drawing come like create the civilization that is Loak saying? From wishes and imagination? Or narrative?
洞窟の中は賑やかで温かな雰囲気に包まれます。炎の揺らめきも彼らの心と共鳴し始めました。 重みを帯びた火の粉はリーダーの手のひらへと静かに舞い降り、彼女に似た命へと変化します。
The atmosphere in the cave grew warm and cheerful. The rhythm of the flame began to resonate with the people. The flame gained weight, gently drifting down the leading traveller's palm, and turning into a life very much like her own. Layla? How Layla was born? Interesting. Hmm. Okay. Rhythm of the flame began to resonate with the people. Flame gained weight. It's like mirroring, reflecting what they want, maybe. A crystallization or representation of that, maybe. A sprout of wishing, perhaps, maybe. The flame gained weight, gently drifting down, leaving traveller's palm and turning into a life very much like her own. Like a mirror of it, but of night instead.
旅人らは自分たちから生まれたその命をたたえ、ここに根を張り、家を建てると決めました。
The travellers praised this life born of their wishes, and resolved to put down roots there and build a home. Why do you do this? Stop it. How are we doing this? No, I don't want it bending. Yeah, a minute. Okay, sorry about that. Didn't want the tablet dying, sorry. That's like kind of the way I watch the stream. Right. The travelers praised this life born of their wishes, and resolved to put down roots there and build a home. Yep. Basically a sprout of wishes in a way. So is that
し
how...
かし、できた苗床はすぐに壊されてしまいます。
How? What happened? But the newly built nursery was soon destroyed. What happened? Shadows?
謎の破壊者は花が咲く季節にだけ姿を現し、剥がれ病や洞窟を壊す土砂崩れをもたらしました。それでも繰り返される災難の中で生き延びることができた者たちはより強く根を張りました。
The mysterious destroyers seemed to appear only in the season when the flowers bloomed. They brought blight and decay and floods that tore the caves apart. Nah, I'm a little confused. Said caves. Interesting. But each time they left the survivors with even stronger roots. Is this talking about Luoxing, or is this talking about the solar system in general? You're saying cave here. Why are you bringing up caves than here, like before? The mysterious destroyers seem to appear only in the season when the flowers bloomed. When technology advances, right? Or when civilization progresses. Entropy in a way. Or akin to it, but not one-to-one, but yeah. The shadows, Honkai, something along these lines. They brought blight and decay, and floods that tore the caves apart. Natural disaster? Are you referring to actual floods here? There's the Hesperus and Phosphorus stuff we saw. We had the tsunami. Also in Purusha. But each time they left the survivors with even stronger roots. Yeah, to allow for a successful embrace, right? And that's, what are we referring to here? Was this bit all the Luoxing, and now you're referring to the solar system? And to Honkai in general? Oh, God. Right, let's continue now. Okay.
生き残った旅人たちは苗床の守護神となり、花畑と新たな命の根を守り続けました。こうして彼らの家はようやく形を成していったのです。
And so the surviving travelers became the guardians of the nursery. Of Luoxing, right? But then you're looking at Luoxing. They steadfastly protected the flower beds, tending the roots of every new life until their home gradually took shape. I assume the roots is referring to, like, you know, something similar to, like, what Tsar did. Cultivating life, basically. Perhaps there's a bit of a genome bank as well, eventually. And so the surviving travellers became the guardians of the nursery. They steadfastly protected the flower beds, tending the roots of every new life until their home gradually took shape, yet cultivating the planet. But then why am I looking at a red star that would be the Waxing? It's confusing.
多くの命が散り、多くの命が新たに芽吹く中、リーダーはついにこの島特有の自然の摂理に気づきました。
You might have just been saying the Waxing went through some cycles as well, but that doesn't surprise me, obviously, because finality's still there. Many lives faded away. Many lives sprouted anew. In this cycle, the leading traveler saw its cause. Yeah, and traveler reminded me of like Senadia in this case, or you know, Sar as well. I think Sar's called the Sage though, but either way, you know what I mean. I think it was Traveler as well. I have a few Travelers in miHoYo's games we already talked about. The leading traveler saw its cause, leading to the discovery of the island's unique natural law. Okay.
やがてもがき苦しむ長い夜も終わり、試練を乗り越えた彼女は不完全な権能を手に入れます。旅人と生き残った仲間たちは新たな花畑を眺めながら夜明けを迎えました。
I'm confused by the visuals because it just doesn't match with what you're talking about. To some extent, like I've been saying. The long night of struggle finally came to an end. After passing the trials, she gained incomplete authority. After passing the trials? Which trials? Not permanents. It wouldn't just be the cocoon stuff either. After passing the trials, she gained incomplete authority. You gained some sort of connection to the cocoon of finality, we know this. And yeah, obviously what you've been using to push back the corruption of the sea as well. She and her surviving companions are able to watch their newborn nursery greet the rising sun. Uh-huh.
涙が溢れるほど感動した朝日。彼らは自分たちが作り上げた故郷がその未来へと進んでいく姿を見届けられますようにと強く願いました。
That sunrise alone was enough to move them to tears. They had longed so deeply to witness the home they built stride toward the future. Uh-huh.
So して不完全な権能のおかげで彼女は今ここを訪れる資格を得たのです。
But yeah, cocoon of them were from the incomplete form of like not the authority, yeah, connection to the cocoon of finality, but an incomplete authority of it. And now because of that, I remember this in part 1, this music. Very fitting miHoYo. And now because of that incomplete authority, she has gained the right to come here. Mm-hmm.
あと一歩のところまで来ているのに彼女は未だに答えを出せていないの。
Only one final step remains. She is yet to receive a response. Mm-hmm.
外からの来客が壁を越えた？ということは逆にここを出られる可能性も。
If visitors from beyond the domain, if visitors from beyond the domain can cross the barrier to come here, then wouldn't the reverse also be possible? Visitors from beyond the domain. beyond the barrier, right? Can cross the barrier to come here. That wouldn't the reverse also be possible? Does Vita want to leave the solar system that badly? I didn't think she...
いいや、たとえ生まれが違っていたとしても、結局は同じ最後をたどる。こういった物語の本質は大体一緒だよね。はあ、聞いて損しちゃったよ。
Even if new people's origins differ, their paths eventually converge. There is nothing new under the sun. How dull. Are you not...
それで、方向を見失いそうな未決の眉。君はどうするつもりだい?
So this cocoon of unwoven that's stuck in place. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? I really want it to stop doing what it keeps doing. There we are. We got there in the end. That was 10 images. It makes sense if she does want to leave. I don't blame her, I just am wondering why. Yeah, but time to process. Six. Fascinating chapter, though. I'm liking the things it's talking about and bringing up, because they have been things I've been wondering a bit more about. Go. So this cocoon of unwoven that's stuck in place, what are you going to do about it? Even if people's origins differ, their paths eventually converge. Converge. There is nothing new under the sun. How dull. If this is from beyond the domain can cross the barrier to come here, then wouldn't the reverse also be possible? Masara was trying to leave, so it makes sense you'd think about it and just... So this cocoon of unwoven that's stuck in place. What are you going to do about it?
方法ならもう見つけたよ。さっき言ってたあなたにそっくりな可愛い女の子のことを覚えている？あの子が落星の文明の産声になる。
You already have an answer. Do you remember that child, the one who resembles you? That never resembles Vita. I'm a bit confusing by that. And is unbearably adorable. She is the first cry of Luoxing's civilization. Yes, that does seem to be the case in the backstory. She was created like a sprite of wishes in a way, it feels like.
同時に彼女は私の一番大切な人なんだ。
Now she is also the most important person to me. My little Layla.
なるほど。君に触れられて殻を破ったひな鳥のことだね。姿まで脆い人間の真似をした欠陥品。
Oh, it's that fledgling who broke free of her shell because of your touch. A defective product whose form imitates fragile humanity. That's a bit harsh, but I can't blame you. I wonder if Senna's gonna reply to that. I think Senna would be a fan of what you just said. But...
今の言葉取り消して。
Take that back. I guess it's harsh because part of Laquadar's legacy and also Luoxing's. I guess everything that Layla kind of partially is, or how they've come to be. I can understand why Senna would say take that back. Take that back. She was quite annoyed in those few seconds then. I don't blame her Vita probably might feel.
怒らないでよ。君が失敗したら、彼女は押し付けられた重荷を一人で背負うことになるんだろう。できないと断る余地すら与えてもらえずにね。
I'm glad Vita's explaining it here and it's not being left ambiguous. Don't be upset. If you can't do it, then she'll have to shoulder the burden you toss at her alone. You didn't even leave her the right to say I can't. Yeah, it's definitely got to be a bit to do with, like, Sa and Vita stuff there, I feel, a bit. The way Vita's talking about this. Which is fair, because it's similar. Even if not the same intent. Better be just saying, and it is putting a lot on Layla here.
彼女は君に選ばれたせいで、君にもできないことを成し遂げなければならない。本当にかわいそうだろう?
It's a little cruel. In some sense. Just because you chose her, she must accomplish something even you could not. Isn't that cruel? But I do agree with Vita, it is a bit cruel. I also understand it's kind of what Luoxing needs as well, so... No, you're wrong. Go on. Want to hear your thoughts? Good response back. What I chose was never Layla alone. I chose all humans, imperfect beings like me, like her. Alright, fair enough, Senna. I appreciate the thought process, though. But just because she still chose, it doesn't mean she has to follow through. Not that I'm saying she wouldn't want to follow through.
時間さえあれば、人はきっと神様にできないことさえ成し遂げる。
As long as humans are given time, they will surely achieve things even gods cannot. Agreed. I don't know if it's gods cannot. That's a bit of a stretch.
そしてレイラは惑星の未来を見届けるものとしていつかあなたに証明するの。セナディアの理想は決して空想なんかじゃないってね。
You've still gone back to relying on Layla though in the end. But I also guess she's kind of a culmination of, well, Laquadar a bit and also Loaxing, so fair enough. And Layla will become the witness to Loaxing's future. One day she will prove to you that Senadia's ideals are not empty words.
僕と賭けをするつもり？面白いね。
Wagering? Peter, how do you view this? A game? You don't view it like that, do you? No. So you're wagering with me? How interesting. And I guess to some extent, I guess it is a bit like a game, I guess, at that point.
でもね、正直不安なんだ。いつか神である私が良くない形で人の歩みを阻む存在になるんじゃないかって。
Interesting. That would be. I'd like to see that honestly in some ways. We got to see a bit of it in some ways, but not with Sar. Oh yeah, there's Nahara. That's sweet. I like that. Oh, there's Litost. Well, I don't think they were there before. I'm very sure they weren't there before. Oh no, they were. They appeared. Oh no, they only did just appear. Alright, fair enough. Yes, and that is why I worry that one day, as a god, I might bind humanity's steps in a way that can never be undone. Just like that somewhat sorrowful dream. Indeed. You haven't helped yourself in some ways though by like doing what Nahara told you not to do. Fortunately, it was merely a dream. Once people awake, they can move forward again. But there's the gap between reality and dreams are still a form of reality. So, Unfortunately, reality evidently lacked the failsafe that is waking up. Yeah. Where are we going with this?
だから少し勝手なお願いをしてもいいかな。もしそんな日が来たら私の創造者になってほしいの。
Interesting. So I wish to ask you something rather presumptuous. If that day ever comes, I hope you will become my undertaker. Yep, just like Vita dealt with Sar, she'll deal with maybe other gods. Makes sense, makes sense. Speaking about being an undertaker, another point as well. I'm talking about Layla. Vita really does feel like, at times, a being who can balance, who's kind of between gods and mortal, in a way. And will be the balancing stick to make sure nothing, like, rules of an iron fist. Outside the cocoon, which she can't do nearly anything about. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What's Vita's thoughts on the Undertaker stuff? This time, the woman who called herself a Perusian did not bother to hide her surprise. An intrigued smile soon spread across her face. I was a little shocked for a minute then with the fucking expression. I guess she was just processing. Interesting if Vitaros was trying to like make up like until higher powers stay kind of in check. It'd be interesting if that's the role she does end up going. Because then maybe she did join the Mass Force to try and deal with Aha, or with, you know, Aeons. Oh, I don't know how much she could do against them, because where Aeons are some very, like, high conceptual, you know, beings, but... stuff can still happen to them, as we've seen, so... something to think about. No higher being would say is completely flawless or perfect or untouchable. There's always lines in between. This time, the woman who called herself a Perusian did not bother to hide her surprise. An intrigued smile soon spread across her face. Oh, that's really... Huh? I guess we'll never know. I had a feeling the cliffhanger is like that. Probably really interesting is what you're about to say. Or you're going to say something else. Unfortunately, I do not know Japanese well enough to say. Well, that's really... There we go. Well, that's really... What's the grey flickers for? I think it's a flashback. The text. Maybe. Just time stopping in some way? Finality is time.
あれ、誰かと話して賭けをしたような気が。
Just now, I think I was speaking with someone. I even made a bet. Ah, like a dream, then it gets forgotten. I was correct then. Okay. And Vita will remember. She blinked hard but could only recall a vague silhouette and snippets of their talk. Yeah, it makes sense in this space. dimension. I'm not sure how to refer to this.
そっか。意味がないってこういうことだったんだね。ここは時間と空間を超えた次元だから、眉に認められていない人は記憶も認知も何一つ持ち出せないんだ。
That makes a lot of sense. So this is what talking to people here is meaningless means. This is a realm beyond time and space. Those not acknowledged by the cocoon cannot take anything from here. Not even memory or cognition. Interesting.
今まで私と話していた人も遠い空の水底に映った投影に過ぎない。私たちはきっと最初から同じ場所にいなかったんだ。
Perhaps even the one who was speaking to me was nothing more than a reflection. Yeah, or a shadow. It felt that way for a minute. Refracted into the water from some distant sky. We were never in the same place to begin with. We were temporarily, though, or there was some form of connection there. There was something there. I guess it's to stop other candidates potentially being interfered with or affected. Does the cocoon want more than just one successful embrace, or is it happy with the one? No matter what one hears or sees, one cannot take away anything that transcends their own dimension. In a way, this is very fair. Okay, narration.
hoYoを果たし、終焉を超えられた本当の神様にならできるのかな。聞き取れないささやきで眉がうっすらと呼んでいた。終焉の律者みたいに。
Unless she's a true god who has completed the embrace and crossed the finality. Like that name, she, vaguely calls in those indistinct whispers. Herrscher of finality. Maybe, Senna, maybe. Let the memo keeper talk to Kiana then. I guess it was in a dream. That was the workaround, I guess. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Without that, then they probably wouldn't be able to even get close. Interesting. Yeah, this film's interesting. I want to know more. But I get the feeling you're about to leave me with tons of questions. I get that feeling.
もしそんな人がいたら会ってみたいな。
Such a being really exists. I'd love to meet them. You did meet them in a dream though, didn't you? Has that not happened yet?
ここからは一人で何とかし
Now
な
the
く
road
ちゃ。
ahead is mine alone.
今度は慎重
I'll
に
be
行く
extra
よ。
careful this time.
絶対に逃がさない。
I won't let you get away. Follow the guidance of the future. Guidance, you say? That sounds very like the interferometer, or obviously in this case, you know, the box. Space that transcends time and space. Makes sense then. Follow the guidance of the future. No shoot.
どうか
Raleigh, I implore
の
you.
声は。ナナ。
That voice, Nana.
先代との盟約のもと、万物の断りをその身に。
From an echo, as agreed by the knights before me.
神座を授
I
け
shall cede my knighthood to the victor.
リトスト。嘘。二人があんなことを話してた記憶は。
It can't be. I've never heard him say anything like that. Ah, it's the flower thing again.
捕まえた。
Gotcha. Flower thing is like a bit like Kiana's finality a bit. No, just a little short.
これは。
Nothing about the flowers. Would you say like Hersha finality? Flower thing with Senna also looks a little similar. It's different, but it reminds me of it now thinking about it. So maybe those flowers on Hersha finality are also just doing maybe something similar to like either a foreshadowing or an add-on now to like the, you know, the clover or the flower in this case, or seeds. That time the charm, it still didn't work. Imagine her frustration. Is this?
不本意ではあったが、かつて私は
I still committed a mortal sin, sleeping will relieve the pain. Because of my help, of course. Natural order is restored. Wish to be her knight. The war was just former time has packed with me. Help our lonely child. Hello there, changer of history. It's all my fault. I'm sorry. If only I hadn't become some god. Who is Senna? How can you forget her? She's waking up.
過去と現在、そしてついに私は未来も見るの？
The uncertain future. After the past and the present, am I finally seeing the future? It's a possibility. Unfortunately, I do not know Loaxing's script, so I cannot read out whatever was in that script, if anything. Very interesting, however. Bear with me. 1, 2, 3. 26. I want to read out which was picked again. I think it was just doing like a part 2, like this is what's happened. She's got to start to see a glimpse of some of that. Or is this happening before it's happened? I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 35 next. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 44. What's happened? No, everything's working fine. No idea what that was. Well, anyway. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was, because all the lines were just stuff from we've seen the chapter, like... I still committed a mortal sin. Sleeping won't relieve the pain. Because of my help, of course. The natural order is restored and the long night has come to an end. I wish to be her knight. Yeah, hell yeah, I think that was. The war was a success. Only toast. Form a timeless pact with me. I should be Nahara, I think. Help our lonely child. Hello there, changer of history. That was adjective. That's Layla next. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. I'm sorry. If only I hadn't become some god. Who is Senna? Can you forget her? That's Dreamseeker, obviously, into Carly and Helia. He's waking up. Of the past and the present, am I finally seeing the future? Careless words stared at violent waves upon the calm lake. Amidst the turbulence, she suddenly realized what awaited her beyond the storm ahead. It seemed the silent presence had responded to her wish for the first and last time, sending the echoes of the would-be four-leaf clover's leaf to the distant dawn of tomorrow. The first and last time. That doesn't sound good. The first and last time sending the echoes of the would-be four-leaf clover's leaf to the distant dawn of tomorrow. The world in this case? History? Something else?
そして不安の波が
So the
暗
restless
礁にぶつか
rock
っても
shattered across the
砕け
rocks. Hello,
明るい
Hyperion
光が
Lambda.
そこから湧き上が
Bright
り
light burst forth
潮
from
のバラ
there,
として
blooming into a rose of salt. Hello, Kiana. Oh, that wasn't spoiled in this, but didn't realise that Hyperion Lambda would speak again. So yeah, this is the chapter 43 stuff then. So all of this is then around chapter 43 then, I assume, around it. So yeah, she probably did see the future then, because all the things she just heard would be the future, quotation marks. In a way. Still not sure though. And Kiana's holding her flower. Bright light burst forth from there, blooming a rose of salt. So the restless wave shattered against the rocks. Yeah, that was all chapter 43 stuff. I remember. Why has Kiana got this finality design though, considering she got the other one now? Maybe there's some reason for it? I guess the one in the book looks more like this though.
Hi.
She finally got in touch. Well, at least we now know what fully happened. Partially. They're not going to repeat, are they, everything said in 43? No way. They're going to say something different, I feel now. And a recap wouldn't be bad, I guess, but it's not like I've really forgotten anything. Hi.
こんにちは。終焉の律者。
Hello there. The Hersher of Finality. So the restless wave shot against the rocks, bright light burst forth from there, blooming into a rose of salt. I need to close it, I think. It's going to go to the next chapter. I don't want it going to the next chapter. It should be the end, because it did the thingy. Don't pull me to another chapter. Don't do it, I swear. Oh my god, why can't it just... That's definitely pulled me to the next chapter, I think. I'm gonna say it anyway, so it doesn't matter, but... let me see if it actually is gonna send me or not. I think it is, though. No, stop. I trusted you. The night, yeah, where the light dreams off, yeah. Well, that's the end of the chapter, I guess. Let me just make sure that really is the end of the chapter. Though I'm pretty sure it is. 11x part 2 Honkai. Oh yes, that's my stream. That doesn't tell me what I need to check. Audio is off, right? Yeah, it is. Yeah, that is the end. Alright. Cool. That case. I'm gonna reopen the game to actually figure out something. Do start chapter 12 next time. We won't be beginning it today. Turn that off. Will I put that back in? Let's see if there's any bridge lines though before we end. I might also want to talk for a bit before ending. Let's see. Got a lot of notes to do after this stream. Still some bits in processing. I'm just glad we got more on the Kakuna finality. And the mirror stuff, and the shadows, and caves, and interstellar travel, and more things just outside the solar system. It was really good. Eventually it'll load. Come on. Try my patience, this. The game just doesn't want to load. You hurry up. Have things to do. There we are. Struggling much? There we are.
人類よ、海辺に行くぞ。一緒に散歩するとしよう。白髪の少女に感謝しないとね。彼女。
So what? Who to put on the bridge next? Probably Badum and Kiana actually at this point. Yep, 4 hearts. How many hearts do you want? Wait, you have 4 hearts? It's not heart you yet? Alright. Not Badum then. Who Miceles have we got? We have the 3 that we own. Bronya's. Okay, there's a few I can work on.
ワルキューレシステム起動。
No, no.
ブローニャの意識ワルキューレシス
There's a
テム
few.
起動。ブローニャの意識は肉体と
I could do Bronny though.
どちらにあるのでしょう。ワルキューレシステム起動。
I didn't realize there's a homo on it.
ブローニャは自らの責任務目標検証完了。出撃を要請します。ブロニーの新しい計画を知りたいですか？ブローニャの意識は肉体とチップどちらにあるのでしょう。
Yeah, makes sense.
ブローニャは戦うこと以外何もない。
Oh, why are you not hearted? Alright. So I need to do these 3 and this one. Actually 4 more. Sniper
ワ
probably?
ルキューレシステム起動。
Probably sniper. Snowy sniper. Or I don't do Bronya, I do someone else. Sakura? Where we at? I have all of it except... So Dark Bolt. Actually, I would like to know more about Kasumi. Right then.
週の目標を達成したら好きなものを食べるんだ。達成できなくても食べる。新年ら
Yeah, I may as well finish it. It's the last Sakura I need.
艦長、わらわの耳をじっと見つ
Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, chapter 12 next time. I can't wait. Yeah, there's no event that needs to be done, is there, on my thingy? I've done all I need to do. Yeah, I've done this. So, it is this next. It's not a rose and curtsy, though. I'm chapter 12. Can I, like, click and it not start the chapter? That would be great. Trusting you. Don't do it. Alright. Yeah, with you who I never knew, and then a rose and curtsy, which we want to stay away from. Yeah, so it's going to continue off from the last thing with like what Nahara was saying to Layla and stuff and saying about time. Okay. What's this button?
絶妙な発明を思いついたけど、紙が小さすぎて全部メモできない。
Complete the main story quest, Anchor to the Future, where the curtain falls. And ignore the rest says. The play of the document. Do they have lore on them? No. Oh, they do actually. But I'm not really wanting to read them right now. Tired. Might read them. Oh good, I don't have to find them, or I'll read them now then. That makes that much easier. Good to see all the homies. Well, nearly all of them. Mm-hmm. No, no new readables. Going with the Dragon Ruins will be interesting, apparently. Bit of a spoiler, but it says right there, Dragon Ruins, we're going back clearly. That is not the button I meant to click. Oh yes, let me get these. Yeah, it's a very good chapter, this. 11 EX is really good. I always like the EX chapters. There was so much interesting lore and world building and character building. Why is there like nothing here? There we are. Yeah, it's all those. There's obviously chapter 12, and then there's chapter 13. Unless it is called a Frozen Card? See, it shouldn't be, though. No, it's not. That's the next chapter. Let's read those ducks, because I didn't lie. Right, Tired Duck, Autumn Outing. Harmonizing duckling that sings soprano in the choir. Though it is born with astonishing vocal talent, it is unwilling to practice. When under too much stress, it just wants to fly away using the propeller on its head. It once said in an interview, "I'm so tired. I want to go on an autumn outing quack." Fair enough. Yes, that's like a Homu one. That's a holla. Hungry Duck, extra spicy. A harmonizing duck that sings bass in the choir. When hungry, they will shamelessly leave the stage. At one point, they were suspected of singing with their stomach instead of their beak. So the stomach sounds, I guess. So hungry, quack, can't sing on my tummy's empty. Quack, quack. I forgot what this one is. It's a home in, or there's a word for them, I forgot. Holly, I think it is, or something. Hungry Duck, not spicy. Like H-O-L-I, to be clear. Hungry Duck, not spicy. A harmonizing duckling that sings bass in the choir, so also bass this time. When hungry, they will shamelessly leave the stage. At one point, they were suspected of singing with their stomach instead of their beak. So hungry, quack, can't sing on my tummy's empty. Quack, quack. But not spicy this time. Pushy Duck, hot, hot. A harmonizing duckling that sings alto, not heard of that one before, in the choir. These serious ducklings are uncompromising perfectionists. That makes sense with the little like glasses. They refuse to procrastinate and protest against singing off key. With a rehearsal rhythm of their own, they sometimes seem a little different from the others. Fair enough. Pushy Duck, cold, cold. Harmonizing duckling that sings alto in the choir. These serious ducklings are uncompromising perfectionists. They refuse to procrastinate and protest against singing off key. Whoever has a rhythm of their own, they sometimes seem a little different from the others. This is the same thing. Tired Duck, spring outing. This looks like a Home this time. A harmonizing duckling that sings soprano. Okay, so the other one then, because the propeller. Probably the thing on the head or eyes or whichever feature gives away which one it is. In the choir. Though it is born with astonishing vocal talent, it is unwilling to practice. See, this is the same thing. When under too much stress, it wants to fly away using the propeller on its head. It once said in an interview, "I'm so tired, I want to go on a spring outing quack." Okay. Pretty Duck, sweet and cute. Another Home one. A lead duckling that sings the melody in the choir. As the face of the choir, these ducklings take great care in neatening their stage outfits. Does look quite good to be there. Occasionally, they refuse to rehearse because they are too distracted by their own beauty or dissatisfied with how they look that day. Pretty Duck, sweet and cool, so the Homu version. The lead duckling that sings the melody in the choir is the face of the choir. These ducklings take great care in neatening their stage outfits. Occasionally, they refuse to rehearse because they are too distracted by their own beauty or dissatisfied with how they look that day. Alright, cool. That's the end of the Ducklings. Hello, Marvelous Adventure. No, we're not doing that. Right, so we'll continue. We'll do chapter 12 next time. Is there anything on the bridge?
変わった場所に
Try again. Any bridge lines? That's a negatory. One more. Right, this little text as well. Nah, that's truly it. Alright. We'll do chapter 12 next time then. Wait, when did you come out?
親切姉さんを甘く見ないようにね。
It's chapter 12 though, wasn't it?
私に任せて。
Not you. Wasn't you in chapter 12? Wait, no, you were this patch, weren't you? I think you were actually, yeah. It's true. No, we had... Let me check the patch. When did we get you? I'll just put you on patch and double check. On patch. Honkai. Was it 8.8? 8.8. Are we on 8.9? Honkai Impact 8.8 patch. I think we got chapter 12 on this, didn't we? Yeah, it was 8.8. Okay, so I could read her bio. I'd rather do it when I have more energy, to be honest with you, though. And that is still more of a chapter 12 thing. So I think we'll hold off on reading Yuyon. We'll read them either after chapter 12 or before. Though to be fair, at my pace, probably I'll decide on the day. I'm not in any rush after all. Right. Really enjoyed that chapter. Got lots of notes, lots of screenshots, and lots to think about, lots of theory food. But quite late. So we're going to end it there. If you enjoyed the stream, please leave a like, comment down below what you enjoyed about this chapter or Honkai Impact in general. And there is the Discord link below if you'd like to join the Discord. And yeah, with that guys, this is Glyphic Mirror signing out. See you guys next time. Bye guys.